what do you mean by insecurity?
When I say insecurity, you have, what's the word? You know, I got third grade education.
Well, let me ask you a question.
When you have a fear, when you have a fear of something.
Okay, now if so, you're saying a man is secure if he allows other men around his woman. He's secure.
He's secure within himself.
What makes him secure that he allows men around his woman that he know?
That nigga, what makes if she choose to go that way with that man, then she's never been for me. That's up to her, and I move in the way that I need to move.
What makes him secure though? Because he knows that he can't control her, and so if she cheats, it is what it is. That makes him secure.
Period.
So,
damn, for real.
You know, I love. You've been rocking with me when they had 10 people watching this motherfucker.
Go ahead, ask your question. What's your question?
Well, you know, just in terms of even an old friend, you know, just considering what was being said, I think Illa has a point. I think you guys have a point in terms of he'd been a friend for a long time. In my head, I'm like, the fuck that mean to me? You know, like that's just how my head, like when I be thinking this shit, I'm a husband now, right? Or I don't, what you did generally, I don't, it is what it is, right? But what can he do for her? Can she go to him for the support? Can she go to him for money?
None of that shit.
I'm gonna let you finish answering.
Can she go to him for money?
No, she can't. That's my job.
Can she go to him for spiritual guidance?
No,
that's your job. Shit.
Exactly.
Can she go to him for protection?
No,
like man, they go fight things of that nature. The strong boys would be taken and separated from their family, stuff like that.
Yeah, and they were they're used to. Yes, that actually happened.
So when we're criticizing black men, if you think it takes a couple generations to change, right? And we just went through some of the things you acknowledged happened to black men and were targeted specifically just 2 generations ago with your your generation. And then we come at black men like we did it all to ourselves. You don't think there's an apology of some sort in order?
Can I just ask this, Mr. Fantastic, what was the reason that you would mention your pension? Because she's not going to just do that out of nowhere. What happened to make her say, oh, I want your pension? Or was she looking to divorce you for something? Just saying something that you may have done. She wanted to divorce you, and so she mentioned it, and then you beat her to it.
I've explained this at least. This is the last time I'm gonna tell y'all this. We were living in 2 separate things called geobashing, right? She was the one accusing me of doing shit that I wasn't doing. I told her, if you go to this and you keep accusing me when I'm not doing anything. I was in her hometown with her people around all her folks for free.
Let me be clear. Let me be clear about something.
Shit.
I did not ask him for his pension because that had children outside of our marriage.
You left him for free.
You're not always get on here. So shut the up.
You not
Y'all
listening.
always get on here.
You not
try
listening.
to dismiss women. Stop
you
trying to
not
be
listening.
in abusive relationships, whether it is
you are not listening.
Or not.
No, if you had 2 people sitting there, right? They had a one night stand. He put the rubber on, and you got to tell one of them they was wilding, and one of them they was wilding. You would say the woman was wilding.
Mm-hmm.
She should have made that nigga put a condom on.
Yeah, especially because niggas' dicks be dirty.
Damn! What level of responsibility? Well, not what the stats say. What level of responsibility would it be on? So he didn't put a condom on. She got pregnant. It's a one night stand. Who would you put the onus on for that happening more?
If I had to choose the woman because she gives the access.
Damn. So she should have made sure he put a condom on his dick.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Like that. Wow.
Look like Mr. Fantastic was right.
Brother.
Okay. Damn. So putting a baby.
That need to be a mom is huge for women. So depending on who the woman is, a woman with a kid is less desperate to have a baby with any goddamn body.
Okay. All right. But you're saying she's 28. The clock starts getting louder and louder.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the danger comes in.
She have a baby by a homeless person. She don't give a shit. she ready to pull up on her bridge with no panties on.
That guy from he just came home, right? He just got out of jail. What's his name? Meeks. Jeremy Meeks. I think he was a prisoner.
Yes.
He got with a
good hair. Yeah.
He got green eyes and all that.
They wanted to get click about that dude. Ain't got no job, no nothing. That's a perfect example. Yep.
Damn, man.
But the dude with the green eyes, she wants her baby with. So that's what I'm saying. She find a whatever type of dude that would make a pretty baby. She online saying, I'm on birth control. You ain't gotta wear no condom. Nigga ain't got no job, no nothing, but he got green eyes. She bust it open.
Looks like we're telling the truth.
The problem, y'all come on these panels and you want to crucify Black women. Your intention, as we talk about a lot of times, y'all talk about intention and you want us to follow you. We can't follow you if your intentions are not.
I don't want you to follow me. You would get tired.
Here we go again.
You couldn't walk that far.
You're trying to make it about me.
You couldn't follow me because you get tired.
On this panel, and you came on here to spew your hate for Black women, and you are justifying it.
And it bothered you.
You're justifying it by coming on here and making it seem as if you are teaching us something.
I didn't say I was teaching a thing, ma'am.
You can't.
Did I tell you I was teaching you?
Any person that you don't like.
Did I was telling you I was teaching you? Did I say I was teaching anything?
Work that way.
Ma'am, did I say I was teaching anything?
No, but you got on this panel with the intention of telling us why men don't approach.
What I would recommend is you you get a job, right? You work it, maybe in an industry that you could thrive in. Learn it, right? Without the risk, build a foundation. That way, when you jump into it, you're ready, Are we having a conversation? Are you here? Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Are you responding to me, you think, or?
Who else am I responding to? Mm-hmm. I'm telling you what I hear. You asked me what I hear as far as that question.
I know, but as I'm breaking it down for you, is it?
Move on. Let it go.
You are partway chivalry to like you and yours. Is that truly chivalry? Is it just you protecting your investment or your asset, which is your wife? And I want to go back to maybe that isn't as chivalrous because you're protecting your investment, which is your wife. But somebody smacks her investment. But the woman on the bus, the old lady on the bus is standing up with a cane, and you're gonna sit there and sit your happy hips, your wide hips down that bus, and watch her stand up on that with that cane the whole entire time. That's not chivalry.
Are you saying that me protecting my wife is less chivalrous than me giving my seat up for some old hag?
Are you
No.
Are you really chivalrous if you are only protecting your investment?
It's mine, right?
Right, you're protecting what's yours, but are you truly chivalrous if you don't give up the seat on the bus?
A woman that does things for me is enough. I don't need extra girlfriend.
Maddie, you made the point. You made the point.
Yeah, let me make a quick point, right? I think this conversation can trigger women, but to be fair, right, to where Beans was going, because it's not a checkmate, but I understand your point, is that women don't actually believe that they're bringing value to guys like that, because otherwise they would be encouraging men outside their man to have more female friends, and they don't. They actually discourage. Hey, you don't need no female friends. But wait, women are so valuable and important. What you mean I don't need no female friends? It actually shows you what women think.
Even women think about that shit.
There's a lot of nuance there that you could examine.
That's a great point. That's clear. I agree.
That's from the biological standpoint.
Indeed.
Now they try to change that culturally into women don't have a definition. There's nothing that actually defines it. What ended up happening was this, though. The advent of feminism actually took away what femininity was by saying it was antiquated, it was old school, it was slavery, it was oppressive. But then they turned women into fake men. So everything that a woman do valuable is what men do. She go out work, she go out and make money, she go out and get a degree, she go out and get education, she go out and buy things, she go out and she can afford things. These are all the things that men have been using to measure themselves and whether or not they've been successful or valuable or things of that nature. Women had a different set of things.
Been only pursuing so much for the attention of women. This is all, it sounds so new to me when I'm hearing it, but maybe I didn't have this perspective before. Calvin was good. B Love, what's up? but it's just like why we do things. Where does our moral code actually come from? How far are we willing to go to stand on it? Does your moral code have contingencies? You know, I have the clips queued up, but I'm just thinking through it. You know, the double standards. How long can we? I thought they just were a thing, but I guess they have like there's a reason for it.
Direction, choose your own path.
You know, this is the home of We Major, Me Frosty, Unfamous, and the restricted clothing brands. Let's get it.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention. Stay alert, and remember, choose your own path.
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. We got hats. We got sweatshirts. We got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the color.
This Might Be Risky sponsorship package is here. Have your ad run on our live streaming episodes, linked in the video description and attached to our many hot take clips. The channel is fast growing with thousands of views and subscribers. Don't miss your chance to grow your business on one of the fastest growing platforms on YouTube. Join the family today. This Might Be Risky. Email us at thismightberisky@gmail.com if interested. Hashtag Indeed, hashtag do the right thing.
God damn it. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. It helps the channel the most. DJ Hampton Stan Pee Wee in the building. Change this battery. Salute. Aaron and Mr. Fantastic will be up here shortly. Feel me? You about to get it popping. Salute to y'all. Hope everything is everything. Hope all is well. Hope everybody had a fantastic weekend. No pun intended. You know what I mean? Hit the like button. Hit the like button, man. Salute. Mr. Fantastic was goody, my boy. How you?
Yo, what up?
Yo, man, it's gonna be turned in DC. You with it or what?
Hey, man, always.
Feeling good, man. You know. Fuck Aaron at? Let me see. Hold on. Just put a 1 in the chat if you had a good weekend. You know what I'm saying? Salute to CC in the building with the $20 on the Cash App. Appreciate you, CC, as always. One of the worst moderators ever, but one of the top 3 supporters. That's for damn sure. Can you hear me? Check.
Yeah, loud and clear.
Oh, wait.
Perfect.
That's what's up, man. Salute to all the brothers. Hope y'all had a good day yesterday. You feel me? For sure, man. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. What, you in traffic?
Nah, so I'm get some gas right now.
Oh, okay. What, you in Jersey? They pumping it for you?
Hell no, I got a son. That's what he for.
Shit like that.
I ain't gonna hold so when they get to that. How wait, that's baby boy? What, he 13?
Yeah, 13.
Yeah. How tall is he?
He average height. We don't hit our growth spurt to like 9th grade. So all of my kids, and me included, we was like normal until like high school.
Normal is crazy. Mel, you already know. My brother CJ in the building. Mr. Williams in the building. E-Dubs, salute. Mai was popping. Joel in the building. Where's your husband at? Almond Eyes was shaking. Curtis, I see you. Rock Solid was good. And Ren Shalawam, make sure you put in that work. I appreciate you. D Majesty in the building. Nightbot behaving. That's always a good thing. Let's get it. There you go. Now we working. The Discord been popping, been lit. It's been good today. Impress, of course. Let's get it, man. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend, man. Jay Wills, I see you. What's popping? DJ Smoke in the building. Salute. Prime, what's popping, kid? Good to see you. Hope all is well. Hope everything is everything. Now, you in the 757. You ain't that far from DC, man. Hopefully, we see you on the 1st of August. CC, what's popping? Azrael, what's goody, my boy? Good to see you. Robert Smith in the building. Salute to the good bros. Miss Bell's in the building. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend, man. There he is. Salute.
What up, buzzing, bird flipping dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was.
Salute to my brother Darius in the building who gifted 5. This might be risky memberships, man. I mean, perfect. Whoever got blessed with one, please maintain it. Welcome to the family and say thank you. Big Op was goody. LA in the building. Salute. Hope all is well, man. Thank you once again, Darius. Okay, I'm doing well. Kenya was good. Night was popping. Like, share, subscribe, man. Excuse me. Let me see. Brandon. Damn, Brandon. You sent a message yesterday, B. I tried to read it, but I can't remember exactly what it is. I think it was when I was doing the DJ and shit. Marcus was good. You got to send it again. Daily, what's going on?
Shit like that.
No gloves or pads in the gym. Yeah, man. If I see somebody squatting with that thing on they neck, man, I get offended, bro. You know what I'm saying? I hate that. Sporty called it a tampon. Marquez was good. EP, salute. EP with the 2000 turned my barbecue up last night. Thank you, bro. You welcome, man. It's the least I could do, man. Salute to all the fathers in the building. Leon was goody. Good to see you. Sozan in the building. Salute. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Marcus in the building. What's popping? Good to see you, man. Hope y'all had a good weekend once again, man. God bless, man. Zeke, of course.
What up, buzzing, bird flipping dozen.
Uh-huh.
Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was.
Salute to my aunt Ezekiel Ben Israel, who also hit the panel on Friday to vibe out with the brothers, man. Salute for gifting that one membership, man. Whoever got blessed with it, please maintain it. Welcome to the family and say thank you. Mahogany was goody. Jay Miller was popping. Salute. Jay Miller in the building. Appreciate you. J Mo was goody. Yo, it's almost football season, bro. It's almost football season, man. You know? That's for sure, man. But it's been some good boxing happening these last few weeks, man. The Zone really be putting on a lot of good events, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, come on. Don't spill it. Rashada was good. Thank you, Bubba. All right, love you. Rashada was good. Salute, man. Will was good.
Shit like that.
I like it. Let me see. All right, we good. Homeboy, Shalom. All right, man. Big Lee, what's up? Homeboy, go get them niggas for me, please, if you don't mind. I appreciate it. Roxy was good. Let's get it, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Let me call Aaron real quick before we get it popping, man. How was your so-called Father's Day, Mr. Fantastic? Put him in the fuck.
It was good, man. It was cool. Everything was cool. My pops came down, and then I went down. We went down, tried to go fishing. That shit was a major dub, nigga. Major dub.
What happened?
You can catch shit with motherfucking sun. That's about it.
Ain't that how fishing goes, though?
Well, nah, you fish that way. So yeah, I don't like fishing with like live bait and shit. I like artificial fishing. But
I see. But I'm saying, don't most people usually not catch anything? Ain't that how like fishing is?
yeah, it's a 50-50 joint for the most part. But what the fish we was fishing for, them shits, they wasn't nowhere around. At least not that day. But they have good runs from, I think it's May to like August. Tarpon fishing, the big ass silverfish that everybody be trying to fish for. They're like big as me and you, like no cap.
Word?
Yeah, man, them motherfuckers big and long paws.
Pause. I only went fishing like once. Like I went one time on a boat to fish, but everybody just was drinking and sitting there. Know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that too. So that was the original plan. That was all I was gonna do. But I
thought you wasn't drinking right now.
Who, me? No, I was drinking nothing. You said we're on the boat.
I thought you drinking now? I thought you was taking like a month off or something.
No, I ain't drinking nothing. No, but you talking about being on a boat.
Oh, yeah.
Nah, so that was the original plan, but they ain't nobody got their damn sea legs with me. So I ain't gonna, that would have been miserable for real.
Yeah.
Motherfuckers throwing their toes up.
Yeah. No, that's for sure, man. And that's what's up, man. So speaking of Father's Day, man, we might as well jump on into it, Salute to Reaper. He sent me this right here. But I just want to get your 2 cents, your take on this right here, because it seems slightly abominable, as we continue to kind of talk through. Why is this up? It's right here. Study shows Americans spend $10 billion more on Mother's Day than Father's Day. What is the discrepancy? Like, what? I don't understand this.
Told y'all, man. Listen, and the crazy part is, motherfuckers just not started doing studies about this shit, right? So I'm guessing that's in a year, or like not. I hope that's from last year, right? I know we ain't talking about from 2 months, a month ago. I know we ain't talking about last month. Motherfuckers spent 10. Now that would be, hey, listen. Hopefully this shit is over like a 10-year period. What up, Eric?
Yeah, it must be over time. So is it, did they ask more? Do they like do they ask for stuff as opposed to us not asking for stuff? Or dad's stuff cheaper, or is it just what they allocate for us is cheaper?
don't ask, you don't, you know what I mean? Again, socks and ties from Ross. They don't even get them from dealers, HAMP or Nike outlet. At least get them from the original place. You know what I'm saying? Nah, man, discount that equals discount, baby.
Yeah,
Double
we
D.
get them Marshall socks. They get 12 in the pack socks. I got these. Hold on. Can you see it? Hold on. That's what I got. It's say. Hold on.
Custom glasses.
Yeah. So it's a good glass to drink out of, but I mean it's monogrammed. I guess that's nice, right?
Yeah, man, hey, it's a thought, right? Get some $2 glasses and put $5 stenciling on it. Hey, man, you know what I mean?
Yo, man, and it's so easy now. You don't even gotta go to the Amazon. Do everything, and nigga. Print.
Exactly. It's crazy. That's what I'm saying. It's even cheaper for niggas, man.
Mm-hmm. Let me show you. Let me show you what. Hold on. Let me show you what she got. What'd you get, Aaron? Oh, he's still fixing his shit. What'd you get, Miss Fantastic?
Cards and a dinner.
What dinner? Where?
Oh, at the Brazilian joint, the Brazilian steakhouse.
Oh, with the Fogo?
No, not Fogo. Fogo overrated, bro. On Terragacha, they got a spot down here. I don't know if it's a national thing, but in Florida they got a chain called Terragacha. That's the best one.
Like what, like 80 a person, 75 a person?
Yeah. Just like that, somewhere around there. But for them, Fogo hit you with the you got like the poor experience, and then you got like the premium experience. So like they charge you extra bread if you want extra shit. Same thing with Texas de Brazil. Terragacha is like everything's on the menu for that flat 70. You can't beat that shit. Lamb chops, you know what I'm saying? Lamb, salmon, all that shit. So yeah.
See? Okay. See the Fogo, you know what? Me and my daughters usually go from time to time, the two older ones, and we go during lunchtime. And then the youngest one.
Yeah. So hell, I came up on the Brazilian joint first deployment, right? I never even heard of it. We did this shit overseas in Bahrain. Bro, to my full as a tick, nigga. Like, hey man, I was in heaven. Not to mention I drank a whole pitcher of tequila, right? That's another story for another day. We'll talk about that later. But when I got back, they had one in Norfolk, Virginia in the mall down there. Me and my young niggas, bro, two young guys, and I met at my command. For like
breaking up. Hold on, you breaking up, Mr. Fantastic. Appreciate y'all saying happy so-called Father's Day. He breaking up. You breaking up. But I got the glasses. So how much are these glasses worth, you think?
Depends. Mic check. How's this sound? You hear me?
Yeah, you good.
All right. Greetings to the panel in the chat. Apologize for the tardiness. The glasses, it depends. Waterford cut crystal, like with lead crystal. $100 a piece. $150 a piece.
Mark and Bond.
Oh, I don't know what that is.
Mark and Bond. Look, Shitey, $10. Yo, Hank was good. Miss Hank last time is down here, brother. Thank you so much for the Woodford Reserve. I love you. I appreciate you. I had to crack it open yesterday. What's up, Missy? See, I don't eat shrimp, man. But look at this though. This what she got, man. This makes sense.
What is that? Oh.
Look what she got, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Know what I'm saying? Like, this makes sense.
Yes and no.
Where's the yes?
Well, without it, she's still going to be using one, and she's going to pay for its use every time. And it's going to be in a brick and mortar establishment owned by someone that looks just like her.
Steering wheel cup. Yeah. I don't know, man. It just, the disparity. See, the reason why it's actually more important to think through this than we think, you know, is because of all the things that seemingly get complained about, right? So when we hear complaints about toxic masculinity, right? High EQ, being open, transparent, conversing, you know, understand that the disparity in treatment doesn't foster any of that shit happening.
Or you mean
So like if they want men to try to change how we look, process, see things, what we willing to discuss and things of that nature, right? If they wanted to change for us to be more open and transparent, right? And when we talk about mental health and things of that nature, but then look at the disparity in treatment.
Yeah, zero incentive.
Right? There's like, it's like,
Yeah.
Like, do you actually care when it's time to care?
Right. Yeah.
You know?
So then what will be the point in making a change?
You know? Like it just odd. But I get it. It'll be dismissed like, well, you know, okay. But we complain about the status quo. Right? But just stop complaining about it because it's not really real in my estimation. Like, and we was in the Discord, right? And Aaron, all the dads was cooking their own food.
Oh yeah,
Right?
that's how Father's Day goes. Yeah.
Yeah. Because it's the grill. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But it just, I don't know. Like it just, I don't know. You know?
Well,
Go ahead.
I think you kind of have it. Like, I used to agree with these issues, right? Because I was living with them. But like, I changed shit around. The work that I do on Father's Day is as a gift to other fathers to make sure they're not experiencing it. I.e., my father, the Godfather, you know, with Cho, very close cousin. You know, it's like a big brother, he's an excellent father to his children.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So I'll make arrangements for the entire weekend. You know what I mean? The family all goes on the beach house and like I'll cook and you know what I mean? My dad pay for, you know what I mean? But that's the gift that we give to each other to make sure we are having a fantastic time. But that doesn't mean I still don't go looking at the wife and kids like, what you gonna do?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And make noise when you know what I mean? Like when you ask the question, don't move until you get an answer. You know what I mean? Like, you heard me. What you gonna do? I'm not being rhetorical.
Yeah. Nah, that's a fact though.
Put them in a corner.
Even this part, like there was a time yesterday where I went in my office, locked the door. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, I don't actually want to hang out with y'all all day. That's every day.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
So you want to let that space where you ain't calling me and shit like that. You know, my wife ain't calling me. Dad, you know, babe, tell Hampton to sit down, man. He can kiss my ass, man. You handle him.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
And that's what my wife does do when we go down to the shore house. She makes sure that if I don't want to see kids, I'm not seeing kids. I'll go walk the beach alone or with my father or with y'all, get in the car, go for a ride, my cousin. You know, men, we do whatever we want. And the women just kind of stand by and supervise the children and respond and get in where they fit in to whatever we got going on. You know what I mean? We get loaded, get wasted. You know what I mean?
Look at this, man.
He was on the grill. Hopefully
and then
not.
look at this.
I felt bad, but I didn't want to do it.
That's
You made me feel
literally
bad.
Yo, it's like the epitome of what be happening.
I felt bad, but I didn't want to do it. And there's a part missing, and I still ate.
Yo, Shiesty, what you got to say for yourself, man? You literally just painted it out perfectly for us. God damn.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
I don't know, man. It's such a disparity, man.
I can hear it now. I said what I said. You know.
And I think Shiesty I think she, if I'm not mistaken, I think she's from the DMV. You know? So she either can't say the word "to" without making it sound like a U.
The letter U in it?
Yeah. Or she says things like Merlin and curry this for me.
Mm-hmm.
So either way,
yeah,
she definitely fucking up a few words. Oh yeah, John like or whatever.
Oh yeah, she puts a J in every time she says yo. There's a J. Nah, Joe. Yeah.
I said, they's like, first time I was in the barbershop, they like, kill Mo, kill my lawyer. I said, what do he do, my nigga? You know what I'm saying? So salute, man. I don't know. It's you know, we can make it jovial so cause we so used to it, right? The disparity, right? And that's man shit, that's what's expected and all, etc. You know? DJ Riff, man, I missed you, B. What's popping? Lady Di was goody. But I just think about it like in men's subconscious, right? And we talking about the men you love, not the niggas that you like arguing with, that you say got the complaints. We talking about the men you love in your immediate circle, in your existence, the one that birthed you, took care of you, the men, your cousins, the men you love, not just everybody, right? The men you specifically love. Think about this for a second, right? Who really wants disparity in treatment, right? Generally speaking, most of what we do is transactional.
Right.
Right? Reciprocity is important, even if we don't make a big deal out of it. Yeah. So I just wonder, the men that you love around you, and I'm talking about the brothers in the chat, they got their fathers, their grandfather, whoever, right? And the women in the chat, right? They got their brothers, father, grandfather, whomever, right? Think about how important reciprocity generally is, right? If those people did what they supposed to do for you, I'm talking about the men you love, right? And now look at the fact that you gave the nigga socks. Right? like, oh, let me make, I just gave him socks. I gave him a tie. Shit that he can't use. I'm just wondering, like, why we do that?
A DeWalt power drill.
Yeah. For me to fix more shit.
You gonna call me in a month. Yep.
Like your daughter having a toolbox for you at her house.
Yeah.
You know? It just, I don't know, man. I'm just thinking, like, you know, would it change? Should it change? You know?
Yeah,
You know?
I mean, I think, can't rely on our counterparts to initiate that change, which is why, like I said, I plan and do things on Father's Day for other fathers the way I do, because I still have a bill that needs to be paid. I got to pay it back to them because they were very much there in a spectacular fashion, you know, without perforation or break. But I think the treatment coming from the ladies is improving, right? Because they see that and they're like, damn, it's his day, and he still recognizes that he owes a debt to others like him and gets extravagant in paying that debt. And we're sitting here looking at all of them with empty-handed. So it's kind of, it definitely is improving the quality of recognition. Like, for example, my daughter made me this. It's like mahogany, like she made it. You know what I mean? Put the lacquer over it, and it's essentially, you know, the back of the Jaguar Vandenplas, the little table that folds down.
Yeah,
it's like that, but you carry it around and put my rocks glass of whiskey on it, the bottle, maybe an ashtray with a cigar. I'm out on the porch. I'm in the office. You know what I mean? This kind of thing.
Yeah.
So it's like super useful. It's really high quality. It's dope. You know, I got a cologne set with the lotion, the soap, the cologne, and a candle made of the fragrance that's a cologne. It's, you know, where the first Father's Day was a t-shirt that said husband, father, hero, veteran.
I got
which is a dope t-shirt, but you can see that there's an ascent to and then with the kids, like the women are very attentive and on the kids. They don't require anything from any of us with the kids. So
that's good, man. That's good. We ain't gonna belabor it too much. I think Mr. Fantastic was pulling up to the house. You know what I mean? Mr. Chill was popping. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Lee with the 2,000. All praise to the Most High. Salute Hamp. Lee, what's popping? Curtis with the $5 says, I asked all the guys at work what they got. The answer was either socks, tool set, or nothing. Shaking my head. Hank with the $2 says, happy belated Father's Day.
Perfect. I got a suggestion. I think on Mother's Day, you know what we should get? Mops, laundry detergent.
Yeah, that don't happen. That don't happen, bro. You know
Because we don't make it happen.
That's a fact, though.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Hit the like button, man. Salute to Father's Day. I'm glad that we were able to at least enjoy, smell the roses, or at least converse. We partied a little bit last night.
You enjoyed yours fully?
Oh, it was cool. Regular for me, you know. Regular shit. I'm always pretty regular. Good or bad, I expect it, you know.
You're a superhero, man. Ain't nothing regular about an awesome father of 12.
12. Shit, man. Shit, you something, you know, at there times you just making it, you know.
Right.
But the kids are doing good though. The kids are doing good, you know. They don't shoot. They everything you can imagine they got.
Evidence of your efforts. See what I mean?
Yeah, they doing good, man. I appreciate you for sure. Lex, what's popping? Been a member for 15 months. I usually get my dad something Chiefs or Royals. That's always a win. Yeah, if I would have got like something like that, that'd be cool. Right? You could tell like they thinking. Like, I ain't gonna lie. Like, cause I got some pretty nice glasses. You know, and my wife got these, and these are pretty good. Like, you could tell the quality, right? And she made sure to put the monogram. They actually even say this might be risky on them. So the thought means a lot, you know what I'm saying? So I celebrated when I got these, you know what I'm saying? Definitely better than socks for sure.
They're nice. The bottom is like that thick.
Yeah,
the
it's
floor
nice.
on is like that's a yeah.
You would like these. You would like these. You know, for sure. And I think even technology allows you to get better gifts.
Yeah.
So, like on our Amazon thing, we got this Alexa thing. I think I said it before. And if I look at something, because it's connected, we have the family account, it'll show like, oh, boxing gloves, oh, this, oh, that. You know what I'm saying? So, hopefully they tap in. Now, I was trying to understand. Did you see the No Kings parades?
Yeah. So yeah. I didn't see it, but I had to navigate traffic as a result of it. But yeah, I'm very well aware of it.
Now, break it down for me. I literally saw it like last night. Do you know what it was?
Well, I refer to it as the No Kings protest, but it just pretty much is to say there are no kings in this country.
Yeah, saying like the American democracy, winning freedom, or whatever the case is. Right. But what is it in protest to?
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump specifically?
I believe that they're kind of getting ahead of the ideology that he moves in a way that a king would move, or moves in a way that would suggest he has an agenda to modify the office closer to being a monarch. You know what I mean?
Okay. That I figured that was the correlation. So this video is 14 minutes. I just want to hear what they say about it, brief, but it does seem like those parades were popping and his was not.
Yeah.
Right. DemocracyNow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. At least 5 million people join No King's Day protests Saturday in the largest day of action against President Trump since his return to office. Protests were held in more than 2,100 cities and towns across the country. In Los Angeles, 200,000 people marched just days after Trump deployed the National Guard and Marines to the city. Protesters in LA included former Marine Melvin Hill.
I'm out here because I was willing to die for the things we have in our Constitution.
Why did she say former Marine? She said that wrong, right?
No, it's correct. It's ex-Marine. It's incorrect. Ex would indicate a complete separation. Former describes your status. I'm formerly active. I'm always a Marine.
Yeah,
the
that's what I'm
title
saying.
always there, but I'm
Yeah.
formerly active.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Inactive, right? Would almost be.
Yeah, right. Sure. Yeah. But
Former
to say
wouldn't make sense.
ex-Marine means
Yeah.
you remove the title and the identity altogether. That's the incorrect part.
And right now, I think our constitutional rights are being violated, stepped on, trampled on, and disregarded by our president, commander-in-chief, which would be Donald Trump. I mean, everything looks unlawful to me at this point in America.
In Philadelphia, over 100,000 people took to the streets. Democrat Congressmember Jamie Raskin of Maryland addressed the crowd.
Yes, Donald, the Declaration and the Constitution were written by people who wanted to stop criminal bosses like you from taking state power.
Major No King's Day protests were also held here in New York and San Diego, Chicago, Seattle, and other communities large and small. In Lyons, Colorado, a town of just 2,100 in the foothills of the Rocky Mountain National Park, hundreds joined the protest. This is Larry Quinn, an Army veteran and longtime Lyons resident.
I'm Larry Quinn, and I'm in Lyons, Colorado, population 2,100. And I'm here because my dad drove trains across France to defeat the Nazis. And then I served honorably, also in the Army. And I'm disgusted about the fascist regime we have.
The size of the No King's Day protest dwarfed the turnout for a military parade Saturday in Washington, D.C., held on President Trump's 79th birthday and the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army. The parade reportedly cost as much as $100 million. Democracy Now! Spoke to some of the protesters in the nation's capital.
My name is Brett Hines. I live here in Washington, D.C., and I'm here because I think that this is a waste of resources when we have hungry children and when we have people going to sleep without a roof over their heads.
Hey, what does your sign say?
Sign says they got money for wars, but they can't feed the poor. It's a good line from Tupac.
I'm Amy. My sign says no kings. I think that's the side. Yeah. The other side says the emperor has no clothes from the children's fairy tale or fable. I'm here because the president said that any protest would be met with hard force. I wasn't planning on coming, but that's un-American, anti-constitutional, and so I had to come. I was called to come. I also think this is an enormous waste of taxpayer dollars. As someone who got doged and lost my livelihood and my life's work, to have him turn around and spend $50 million on this, I think that's outrageous.
What type of work were you doing?
Bringing clean water to poor people.
And what's happened to that program as far as you know?
It's gone. My name's Aubrey Lowe.
She lying.
I was a captain in the Army for 8 years, so I'm a veteran. I deployed to Afghanistan once. I'm from El Paso, Texas, originally. I was a little nervous coming out today because I heard that peaceful protests might be met with a big force, in somebody's words. And so I let my folks know where I was going. I let friends know, and I'm glad that I've been able to be here without being heavily harassed. So that gave me some hope.
Army Captain Aubrey Lowe among those protesting Trump's parade in Washington, speaking to Democracy Now!'s Dennis Moynihan. For much of Saturday, news networks showed split screens of Trump's poorly attended military parade alongside footage of the massive No Kings protests. Here in New York, organizers say as many as 200,000 people gathered at Bryant Park before moving down Fifth Avenue.
So, did he win the popular vote? I can't remember. You remember?
Yeah. More than 90% sure he did, yeah.
Right. So is it the big beautiful bill that rolled out that got people feeling away? Is it the rollback of government programs? Is it the Doge? What is it to say? Because they said more than 5 million people joined the No Kings parades, but his was poorly attended. The 250th anniversary of the Army, coupled with his birthday.
Right, that's why. It's the optics. Because that's something that you would do in like North Korea. That's some Stalinist. You know what I mean? For him to even mention his birthday as in the proximity of a reason to celebrate is unnecessary. And it's just it's immature, if you ask me. And people think that it's dangerous, that it's setting a precedent, that he should be allowed to continue to have a mindset that mirrors like North Korea. It should have been solely about the existence of the Army for 250 years. That's it. We shouldn't even have known it was his birthday.
So What is the so? What do you think are the top, let's say, 3 to 5 reasons why it seems like, right, based on what's being painted, the picture, as though so many people are in opposition? Is it the deportation efforts, the ICE efforts? Because I think there's a disparity in response, because they called President Obama, what they call him, like the porter in chief or something like that.
Yeah.
But is it the method or the tactics that are used and not used? Right? Is it how he goes about it? Like, what is that? The ICE thing I've seen, like, and there's always a couple stories. There's one dude, he was born here and he didn't even have like an accent. You know what I mean? Like a draw per se. And he was accosted by ICE agents, and he was just, an American citizen for all intents and purposes. Like, what are the crux of how Trump doing things after he won the popular and the electoral college, obviously?
I don't think it's as sophisticated as the things you mentioned. People, not in mass anyway. Like when you're talking about the group, like a population, people are like sheep. I think the number one reason, all those reasons are on the list, but the number one reason is simply his countenance and disposition. This is delivery. The way he walks and talks and inserts himself in conversation, his timing, just the way he expresses his existence to the world is the number one reason.
So literally his countenance is the overarching. He rubs people the wrong way.
Yeah.
Now,
he's Biff.
Now, one thing I noticed when they were saying what cities had great turnouts: Seattle, cities or states, Seattle, New York, Cali, Colorado. Are those all blue states?
Yes. I don't know if Colorado's a blue state, but I know that its 2 major cities have to be.
Yeah. And so, man, okay. So I'm just thinking like the deportation stuff. I think getting rid of DEI, several government programs, doing away with different organizations, they make it seem as though people are regretting their vote. But do you think that's actual?
No. The reason why they voted, it's out of sight, out of mind. The reason why they voted is they were voting against Kamala. I mean, people were voting for Trump, but Kamala is just as integral into the reason why he's in office.
You're saying not voting for her is just as much as the reason as voting for him. Like,
yeah, like you would have threatened him, like you ran.
Yeah, I reviewed a couple of when they were going through different interviews, and when she interviewed with Reverend Al Sharpton, right, it was literally him placating, right? And I'm pretty objective overwhelmingly about like just the process. And then when she had a more of a stern interview on Fox, and he was asking legitimate questions though, right? And he had information, right? When I'm saying legitimate, there were questions that could have an answer, right? But she would have to reconcile what she said previously. You see?
Right.
Like, but I didn't see them as loaded. I seen them as tough. Like, I want to know what your answer is about this too. And it just wasn't a good showing.
She was at a great disadvantage though.
Huh?
She was at a heavy disadvantage. I think the majority of her lack of success isn't her fault. It's just the timing. There was an overnight decision that she's going to run. You know what I mean? When Joe dropped out and you're up.
Yeah.
In like 6 months.
Yeah, it's almost like not a true campaign.
It almost feels orchestrated.
Yeah, what do you mean?
Like if she's playing it, you know what I mean? Like Trump 3 years ago, Trump was on 2025. You know, like the amount of preparation it takes to run, right? Maverick's a councilman, and it was 6 months was nothing. Like we were dotting I's and crossing T's in 6 months.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
it's like a handicap match.
Massive.
Yeah. Now I would say if I'm looking at them, those two, I don't really like either one of their countenance, to be honest.
No.
Kamala or Trump. Like it's something about like President Obama, like a regal nature to him, you know? Just posture, you know. I even remember like not what the fuck I was about to say, Jim Carrey. Who the hell I was about to say? No, not Jim, not Carrey. Like Al Gore. Al Gore had like a stand up, you know what I'm saying? Like he looked like the part. Like Trump looks fucking nuts. And then Kamala got that shaky ass cry voice. Like every time she say something, I'm like, I don't want to hear that shit all the time. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. It's interesting. It's interesting. I was just looking at this though, and just looking like, damn. But they did end up canceling a couple different things. Like there was supposed to be a field trip downtown, but they kind of canceled it because they were getting prepared for this and things of that nature from the schools, you know. But I don't know. So you don't think his constituents have changed their mind?
They have, but a minority.
Okay.
And then the majority are just kind of living in the moment, which you got to ask, is that really a change of mind or are you in your feelings? Because all it's going to take is something else tomorrow to put them right back where they were. You know what I mean? If anybody defected the Trump camp right now, is, you know.
Yeah. Interesting, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Salute to the 300 people in the building. Let's make sure that the likes match the viewership. We only have 117 likes. Please hit the like button. Please hit the like button. Please hit the like button. Perfect. So I was trying to, because Mr. Fantastic was on his way home. He's the one that introduced this last topic because I did not see it until he said something about it. But I think he watched it. So this clip is 7 minutes long here. I think this is the entire context, I hope. Are you familiar with K. Michelle?
The name is maybe if I give me 30 seconds, I probably am.
So let me see real quick. I think this is her biggest song. Let me see.
Can't let no one see me get down.
Wasn't she one of the Supremes? Not the Supreme. Destiny's Child.
I don't know. Was she? I can't remember. Let me see. I think, is that her original group? Hold on. Let me see. That song wasn't bad in the club. I think that song is what, 5 years old or so?
Yeah, I've never heard that song before.
He said, they said no, Aaron.
Oh, okay.
I think she was on like
what, Aaron Michelle in that group?
I think she was on like reality TV.
Yeah. K. Michelle was on Love and Hip Hop, bro. She wasn't. No, she was a solo artist, a failed solo artist, R&B chick / side thought for a bunch of rappers, and yeah, that's it. Oh, and the most infamous, she lied about not having a BBL that damn near killed her, and she had to get the BBL removed.
Yeah, now that's what I mostly remember for. That song I played was straight in the club for the most part, but yeah, she was definitely one hit wonder-esque for sure. You know. Now it's fantastic. You sent this. So should we just play it?
Yeah.
Just play it. Let's see, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Because you were telling me about it. I'm trying to get the full context. I think this is it right here, though. So hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button. Let's talk about it.
Time and then going to Nashville, where it's predominantly white. One, they go home at 5 and 6 o'clock when they're producing because they go home to their families. Being a country singer, if you are a singer in country music, you're a man. If you are not married, it is not respected. Family is respected in country music in that space. But in our space, we are singing about side chicks. We are glorifying a lot of women. That's not what happens in Nashville. You can't call a woman a bitch, a hoe in Nashville because they'll never even listen to your music and your professional career will suffer. At what point in the Black community do our men create real homes? And even talking, just our first time talking, and you said you didn't even mean for that to happen. Life happens. I'm not here to judge life. I'm looking at a successful Black man that has the ability to literally turn the narrative on Black family, you know? And my grandfather, I watch my uncles and everything. My whole family, they're married. I'm not the girl who didn't see what a man creating a Black family is supposed to be. So I'm asking right now, Black men, Black men to really step up for Black women and create families. Yeah. It's really not cool. Black men are attacking Black.
What the
She's crying.
What is she saying?
No, she's high.
Nothing. She's not high.
She has to be. She asked a question and then gave the answer by saying, "Is one sitting in front of me, and all the men that raised me are exactly." You know what I mean? She says, "At what point are Black men going to do a thing?" Because I'm looking at a Black man that's so capable, and all the Black men I know have done it. What are you talking about?
She's trying to cry. That's how horrible of an actor she is. That's how untalented she is.
Okay. So she's saying that the music that we produce is
that
not
she participated in.
Yeah, and she's saying it's not family centric.
Yes. So the music is not family centric, and it's pretty much derogatory towards the women and all these different things. And you know, even though now the biggest music artists arguably are the women, outside of Kendrick Lamar, I mean, every other rapper being talked about is a female.
So we're supposed to produce music like Baby Shark now.
Well, whatever country music they do in Nashville, right? So instead of, kill my dog, kill my cat, I don't know where I'm gonna be at, that type shit. I don't know.
That's not family centric. That's depressing.
I mean, that's what I thought.
Okay. Let me see.
Black women. And it's not a cool, they're not creating a step up for Black women. I tell my Black men to really step up for Black women and create families. Yeah. It's really not cool. Black men are attacking Black women. And it's not a cool, they're not creating homes. They're creating babies everywhere. It's not cool. And I'm asking you, other successful Black men, you have to set an example as leads. The cute social media back and forth on Black women. Black women are strong. Black women are where you come from, this and that. So there probably isn't any sympathy for you and just life happening because there's so many other things around you going on that are not fair to Black women. What is going on with the Black family? We are consistently creating the cycle of kids who can't come home and see their daddy there. And they see their mama sad at night. At what point is the successful Black man in this world going to step in and really create structure? I see white men doing it every day. I get to witness the best of both worlds every day. Getting on stage singing R&B, being here in Atlanta, I get to sing R&B, but then I get to go to Nashville and be like, you mean you ain't staying out till 6 a.m? You gonna go home to your family, you gonna write this song and leave at 5 and 6 because you gonna take care of your family and your wife? At what point do the successful black men build black families? We ain't gonna ever have a black family if y'all don't do it. We're never gonna have it. It's just not gonna happen. So if your mentality is, yes, things happen, and I'm not knocking you for that. I didn't come here for that. But at what point do you take that black woman? Do you be in a home and show your kids what it's like, you know? At what point do you take a grip to it, not make excuses for it or mantras and things like that? It is so unfair to black women who have been the strength and builders of so many things. And I know life happens. You can't be with somebody you don't want to be with or whatever, but my grandparents did it. My grandfather, 92, died when he was 92, my best friend. I never seen another type of man. That's why I've turned down 3 rings, because they wasn't like my grandpa. My grandfather raised 9 kids on his own because my grandma.
I know when it'll happen. The day you restore your Zyprexa, your medication routine, the following day is when that change will happen.
Nah.
You got to refill your script, baby.
Not even then. So HAMP, see again, man. This is it. Every black woman can't find a good husband. These men ain't shit. But how many she say, HAMP?
Well, she put 7 fingers up, but she said 3.
And said she comes from 9.
Yeah, so she had 3 proposals. She turned down 3 rings, HAMP. 3 men, and K Michelle got to be a little older than her. She got to be like mid-40s, right?
44. I think she says 43,
Yeah.
44.
Yeah, so this woman has been in the entertainment industry, right? You know, and then another crazy part, HAMP, I think everybody missed. See, I get to be in Atlanta and Nashville. Well, if Atlanta's such a problem, why you still fucking with it? Why you still going out and being out till 6 a.m. versus, you know, acting like you in Nashville even when you in Atlanta? Because the ratchet ain't left you. You from motherfucking Memphis, Orange Mound, Funky City, Klondike, all that shit.
How many kids does she have? Does she have kids?
1. Yes, of course. 1 out of wedlock. Baby mama material, of course. And apparently now she's on the white man. This ain't talk about her obsession with the white man. But you mean to tell me ain't none of these good white men wanted to marry you since they treat you so much better than black men?
No, not with undifferentiated schizophrenia that she's got. Nope.
So I'm just curious. Yeah, I'm just see, and again, it's the propaganda, HAMP. It's the constant propaganda that the black man. Who got the most kids, HAMP?
Black women.
Who the most married, HAMP?
Asians.
Well, but and black people, brother.
Oh,
amongst the niggas.
My bad.
Amongst the niggas, we ain't worried about Charlie Chang and black men by a lot.
Based on the statistics, we are more married than they are, black men.
Yes, even though it's more of them than us, right? And according to them, all these other men just love some black women. All these other women just love black women so much they define this and all this other shit. But somehow, some way, they single every day. You feel me? So again, man, it's just more things and Cam. Cam. I don't know why Cam is choosing the interviewers he's choosing, but I don't know, man. It's just the same shit. Especially these women that keep coming up here. He's giving them relevancy and a platform, and they keep trying to use him as the example of irresponsibility. Cam Newton was, even though he didn't marry his first child's mom, he took on a baby mama. She already had a kid, which they always talk about what HAMP. Oh, the stepdad step up. He did that as a millionaire franchise fucking quarterback. Okay, NFL MVP. He was with this woman for I don't know how many years, but several years, at least 7. I want to say at least 6 or 7 years. They lived in the same household, right? So they had a 2-parent household. They just weren't married, right?
Yeah.
Then I think he had a side baby somewhere in between there, whoever it was, I don't know. And now he with the comedian chick now, and that he lived with her. So again, everybody keep bringing up Cam Newton, but nobody talking about Rihanna. Rihanna ain't never gonna marry ASAP Rocky, ever.
So is
So
it
why
about marrying, or is it about just the structure?
Well, no, it's always the motherfucking marriage with them. That's what they want to talk about. That's why she brought it up and tried to tie it together and saying she had 3 men propose to her allegedly. Right?
But she turned them down because they weren't the men her granddad was.
Yeah, which is a 92-year-old man, which would make him somewhere born in the damn the 30s or whatever. I don't fucking know.
Well, I guess why did she skip over her dad?
Exactly. Why did she skip over her dad?
Like
this is what happens when you have intellectual disabilities. I'm telling you, she's not in touch with reality. Her what's up here is noodles, man.
All right,
not a waffle.
So, let me hear.
Mama died before I could even meet her. What point are our black men going to stop the bullshit, the social media shit, and all of that, and build black homes? If we don't build black homes, we can't depend on white folk to build black homes. So when you see somebody like your significant other who clearly loves you, and it's all these black women rooting for her, rooting for you, they want you to build a black home. That's their anger. They don't know you. They can't judge you for anything else. They want you being who you are, being attractive, being successful. They want you to take hold and solidify and build a black home. That's not saying you're not taking care of the kids you have, because clearly you are, and you love your kids. Taking care of your kids and building a home is 2 different things.
Break it down.
At what point are we going to stop these back and forths? Oh, this type of woman don't say nothing to me about that. Well, guess what? You're just weak. Like, you want a strong woman around you. And I'm sorry, like, black women have just, that we get copied from hair to body to everything. Black women are the most unloved individuals in America, but the ones who have built.
The most mimicked.
Most mimicked. Good or bad mimic, you know?
What did she say?
But we looking to you. We looking to you. A successful black man, we are looking to you to change the narrative. And when you don't, it becomes, go on that show and tear his ass up.
Mm-hmm. I receive that. And nothing but a white flag, because I have been guilty. But if we're going to have this conversation,
That's
how we
it.
need to have this conversation, just like you're holding me accountable,
Hold me accountable.
I need black women to hold themselves.
Okay, come on, let's go.
What's she saying? Building a house and something else is not the same.
She said raising your kids and building a household is not the same.
She said building a house.
Yeah, like a household, like your family, maintaining it.
I hear what you say. Yeah, establish roots, but yeah.
In Atlanta all this time and then going to Nashville, where it's
All right,
predominantly
all right. So
white.
now, okay. All right, let me listen to it. Let me see if I can parse anything out.
Okay.
One, they go home at 5 and 6 o'clock when they're producing, because they go home to their families. Being a country singer, if you are a singer in country music, you're a man. If you are not married, it is not respected. Family is respected in country music in that space. But in our space, we are singing about side chicks. We are glorifying a lot of women. That's not what happens in Nashville. You can't call a woman a bitch or hoe in Nashville, because they'll never even listen to your music, and your professional career will suffer. At what point in the black community do our men create real homes? And even talking, just our first time talking, and you said you didn't even mean for that to happen. Life happens. I'm not here to judge life.
Okay, so she's saying in the realm of country music, right? But it's not just white people in country music. So is she saying those men who work in that genre of music have regular schedules? Like they go home late? Is that what she's saying? It's a different culture in country music? Because then she says theirs and ours. So she's saying by theirs and ours, white people do country music, and then I guess ours would be black people do like R&B, hip hop. Is she make so? What's the differentiation?
Yes, that's the point she's making, which in itself is self-explanatory.
Okay, so that because you know,
And
I mean,
most importantly, she's a bird. Let's not forget it. She's a very unintelligent woman that became relevant because she had a fake fat ass, and then she perpetuated all of the shit that she's not even mentioning about the black women stereotypes that she was a part of, help tearing down the image by participating in whatever it was, Love and Hip Hop or whatever reality TV show it was, right? Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So the first two criteria that she uses to determine if someone is building a real house is the vernacular and the lyrics they write, and the time at which they arrive at home. That's her first two differentiators.
Yeah, that demographic of music, they go home on time to their families. The majority are married because that's the expectation. So Dax is a pretty young guy. I think he's 30, 29 or 30. I don't think he's married. And then I know a few just because I kind of try to listen to it a little bit. But
Old Town Road, isn't he all back to front?
Huh?
The Old Town Road dude, he's all back to front, isn't he? And he's country.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no, Lil Nas X. No, he's not. That was a country song he did, sort of, kinda, because he had
that was a play on Miley Cyrus' dad song.
Yeah.
Oh
no, but this guy right here. So these are black guys. Oh, this is a black guy. His name is Chivalry.
My baby born a Birkin. She's been telling me all night long. Gasoline and groceries. List goes on and on. It's 9 to 5 ain't working. Why the hell do I work so hard? I can't worry about my problems. I can't take them when I'm gone. 1, here comes the 2 to the 3 to the 4. Tell them bring another round, we need plenty more. 2 stepping on the table, she don't need a dance floor. Oh my, good lord. Someone pour me up a double shot of whiskey. They know me and Jay Dale's got it. Downtown near 5th Street. Everybody at the bar getting tipsy.
So it's a play on
country music.
Huh?
So it can't be country music because that's a country song about blowing a bag on a bag, complaining about a woman that's twerking on a table and getting fucked up.
Well, it's this.
Sound like a rap song.
Yeah, everybody in the club getting.
Yeah. 2-step with me. 2-step with me. 1. Here comes the 2 to the 3 to the 4. Everybody drunk out on the dance floor. Baby.
So it's a play on that song.
It's the same,
yeah, and he even have a different beat and all that. But so I just want to make sure because it sounds like it's like a conflation thing a little bit, right? But simply, she's saying, okay, country singers, that genre, they're family oriented regardless of race, right? It sounds like she parsed out race because she said theirs and ours, but I think she's saying that demographic, family is important. Country music, black, white, red, don't matter, right? Is that what she's saying? Or is she saying white men over there who do that type of music are more family centric?
Yeah, she's pedestalizing the white man.
Okay.
I'm looking at a successful black man that has the ability to literally turn the narrative on black family, you know? And my grandfather, I watch my uncles and everything. My whole family, they're married. I'm not the girl who didn't see what a man creating a black family is supposed to be. So I'm asking right now, black men, black men to really step up for black women and create families.
Yeah.
It's really not cool.
And now when she's saying step up, is she saying because the old adage at this point that men control access to relationships? Is that what she means by step up? Because we aren't in relationships or marriages? What does she mean by step up for Black women specifically? What does that mean in the context of a relationship? Men need to step up, propose, be in monogamous relationships for Black women in that way? Is she saying because Cam got bread, because he got access, he got clout, right? He could get married or have a monogamous relationship whenever he wanted to, but he chose to do it however he did it?
Yeah. Yeah. So she wants Cam to be the poster boy to be the, like she said, successful, all the things that a Black woman wants, and to do right by a Black woman and make her a wife, pretty much, irregardless of what she actually is, and or whatnot. And again, it's crazy to me how we always talk about the man. But again, I asked the question again, and I actually had this question to somebody else the other day, and I got a surprising answer. Where are the marriageable women? Where are the marriageable women?
What she doesn't see is that his decision to not be married is him stepping up. If marriageable women exist or not, the one thing we know is that people that have risen to that level and that lifestyle have exposure to things that will probably make them unfaithful.
Oh, and another thing,
to not be right, you can't cheat on something you haven't married. Is not being taking accountability, just saying, look, I'm just not going to do it.
Well, yeah, I don't believe that. I don't believe, because we go, okay, if you're not married, you're not in a relationship. That's just slippery slope language, right? I'll say this though. To your knowledge, Hamp, did Cam force any of those women to have any of those children?
No.
Cam Newton has never been even accused of any type of sexual impropriety, correct?
Yes.
So what it seems like to me is, again, women use their vaginas and their ability to have children as a paycheck. And then they turn around and blame the men, okay, that the women are using to get pregnant and fund a lifestyle they would never have without having a child or children by that man. So this is what women do. They act obtuse as if to where, oh, he's just out here making these babies, okay. Well, again, Cam Newton's situation was well known by everybody. Okay. But those women still opened their legs and allowed him to motherfucking what? Skeet them walls up and down, front, back, side to side. No UGK. Okay. So we gotta stop this bullshit as to where, oh, they're just out here being, and again, Cam Newton still represents what we say all the time, What? A very small percentage of men that are able to impregnate several women, especially if you add, money to it.
Okay. So
Cam already got it just off of the physical, the stature and so on and so forth, right? But now you add the money to it, there's literally going to be a line the length of I-95 of women willing to be his next baby mama.
Okay. Yeah, 100%. So now let's say Cam, right? She's talking about centering family, right? Cam has all the access in the world. What he does with it, is that what she's questioning? So essentially the upper echelon of men have access, right? So at that point, I could probably make an argument that he controls access to sex with that much access to women. So is she asking men that have the means, the look, right, to center family as opposed to promiscuity? because they have so much access and women are a dime a dozen? Is she asking that?
Yeah,
I'm
so
trying to
basically,
make sense of what she's saying. So is
well,
she asking?
yeah, like I'm with Aaron. Stop trying to make sense of a person that has a history of mental situations and clearly a lack of intelligence. So don't do that. We don't hurt yourself, right? But we can just listen for what she's talking about from here, right? And what she's doing is, again, she needs Cam to be the poster boy. She needs Cam to be the sacrificial lamb and to finally settle down and marry a woman. Okay. Now, again, Cam has said this before, right? The disadvantages of being married to a woman are extremely, extremely high. At the very least, being a child with a woman, that's just child.
Your mic going like in and out a little bit.
My bad. I'm probably, and I got
there.
an echo on my end. Can y'all hear echo?
No, but it
I
might
hear
be
it on my
me
end.
because I had it off. All right, go ahead.
Check. Perfect now. Yeah, perfect. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. All right. So yeah, so she needs and wants Cam to be the fix and right all of everybody's wrongs. So I guess all the regular niggas are getting in line, which is never gonna happen. But again, like you said, Cam, it's far more layered aspects to this, and a lot of people are dumb and they don't understand it, but most don't even care because they just want this nigga to do right by his baby mama, basically, and then be like, Russell Wilson, the second coming.
And so let me ask, does it still work like that? And so this is a very minute example. Hove used to wear polos. Everybody was wearing polos. Hove said he made the Yankee hat more famous than the Yankee game. We understood that the Yankee fitted matched with everything, like Tim's. So if influential man center family and marriage, does the rate of marriage go up at that juncture? Does it have influence over other men? Would other men consider it if men they respect do it too?
No, because Hove got married, right? Hove got married too to Beyonce, the one of the most influential, one of the most attractive women out there, and marriage rate still been going down to my knowledge, right? So no, when the thing is, men have actually started to wake up to the BS, and again, you're just men adapt to staying away from non-beneficial shit, man. It's not beneficial for a man to get married.
So regardless of what the influencers do, men have done the math themselves.
Yes.
Oh, and they're including what the influencers do, or what is being done to the influencers. Will Smith.
See, yeah, that's another great point too. Look at Will Smith crazy ass out here, still married to Tupac wife.
Now, let me see something, because and this is old, right? So are people allowed to change their stance from 10 years ago?
Yeah.
K. Michelle only has love for white men with foreign accents wearing tight jeans. And she doesn't care what you think about it. In a declaration made on Instagram, Kay reveals that her current taste is quite specific. Sorry, I don't listen to R&B music right now. It just bores me. I love rock, country, men who wear tight jeans and have foreign accents. I love me a handsome Caucasian man. I'm really not into black men right now. They can date outside their race, so can I. The VSOP singer posted on social media. And she didn't stop there. She also revealed this about her race. I believe I'm not black or white, but I'm actually a mermaid. Okay, if you say so. Not long ago, we spoke to the mermaid who revealed she was moving to London. Mostly for those men with tight pants and foreign accents, we suppose.
Moving to London, why? And tell me about that experience.
I just like how they appreciate music. And I like how every time I'm there, it's a different feel for me. And I love being there. I love Caucasian British men, too.
K. Michelle ended her post saying that she was finally happy and just wants all women to be happy, too. What do you think of K. Michelle's musings? Let us know. For the green
How
out
old is this
time,
now?
that's Barnett.
The United Kingdom doesn't give a shit about country western music. You better off going to Australia. They might care.
How many years was that, Hemp?
This was 9 years ago.
Yeah, and Hemp, she's still doing this on the same white man promotion promo, Hemp. So she's still out here, white man positive, white man this, white man that, right? Interracial dating, but yet still she not married. You mean to tell me, Hemp, she's all attractive and she's all this and she done with this and she's country music up and all this other shit, and you still ain't found that motherfucking one wonderful white man that want to marry you? When the white people are all about family and the white people are all about going home at a decent hour a night, and you're in the space of these white men and none of them found you good enough to marry? Is that adding up to you, Hemp?
It's not adding up to me.
Yeah.
All right. Let me hear this.
Black men are attacking black women.
See, I don't understand this. It falls apart for me. Like the emphasis, she has too much emphasis to be saying that because you still performing VSOP. So that doesn't resonate with me.
You're one hit.
But if you literally saying, "Hey, I'm going to Britain for white men and this, that, and the third, white man this, white man that, white culture this," right? You at this time you didn't want black men. That doesn't age well. Because you're doing too much. You don't even got to say all that. Just go ahead and date white men. You know what I'm saying? So now this stepping up shit don't make no sense to me.
Wrong message and the wrong messenger, Hemp. Shot to Freezy, right? I said that the other day when I got wind of this shit. Wrong message and wrong messenger. Black men are either indifferent or the biggest protector simps or whatever of fucking black women, bro. The Hemp, did you hear the story about the boy that unalived the stepdad or the mama's boyfriend over finding something in his phone?
Yeah.
The son husband shit is out of hand, Hemp. Nick, that's another thing. We got to talk about that too. Like you have the boys so brainwashed to where these boys think they're in their relationships with their mom. Not saying anything incestuous, right? But they're to act as their mothers, you know what I'm saying? That level of attachment. And
it's like Oedipus, right? Because it's not
Oedipus complex. Thank you. Yeah, the Oedipus complex. Yeah, for niggas, niggas know about that, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, the Oedipus complex, exactly, right? To a T, and it's getting stronger and stronger. And then you want to turn around and then these young boys don't want to. How they going to? They ain't had no daddy. They ain't had no male influence. You know what I'm saying? Only what percentage of boys even play sports at this point, Hemp? It's always been a minority, right? You got like 1,000 people in high school, and then if you put the football team, basketball, baseball, track team together, you might get, you know what I'm saying? You might get 30%. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I'm saying. So a lot of these things and avenues for boys to be boys have been removed. And the most important part and factor, and this is why I say the black man getting back in our proper place is the most important thing. Okay. Being the head, point blank period, being the leader, point blank period, regardless of fucking marriage, right? Regardless of that. But again, black women don't want to do that because now you got to give the power up, and you know what I mean? And power is never given, it has to be taken.
All right, let me hear something. Aaron, you want to say something?
No.
And it's not cool. They're not creating homes. They're creating babies everywhere. It's not cool. And I'm asking you, other successful black men, you have to set an example as leads.
Do most people agree? Because Cam is actually doing a good job. Like when they on this brain dump, you can't interject during the brain dump, right? You gotta let them talk, and it's a brain dump. That's why we're trying to parse it out, because it's not all congruent.
It's not coherent or congruent at all. Nothing. She's all over the place, like you said, Ham.
Yeah, and so I'm just trying to hear the points essentially, right? but it does slightly fall on deaf ears when you say you don't even got an affinity for black men, right? Now, she's black, right? She dated black men. I think her son is black.
Yep.
So could she be giving commentary because she's still a part of the community? And she knows that most people of all races date one another. So if she's still a part of that community, can she still have commentary saying, what she's saying?
Yeah, she can have whatever she wants, but is it going to be relevant or pertinent? No, not at all. I don't think it has any weight whatsoever. Her opinion should not be valued at all. Again, she was the epitome of all the things that are wrong with the black community, from her participating in the music industry that she's trying to denigrate, right? She's trying to talk down on, to again transferring that to the reality TV show shit where black women are the stereotypical black woman, to her mutilating her body and damn near dying and lying about it. So no, K. Michelle is the epitome of the problem that black men have with black women. Unaccountable, never their fault. No self-awareness, no understanding of public image or caring about it as long as they're benefiting. And then you want to turn around and tell the black men do better. That's bullshit.
But wait. So yes, because she's a black woman in a black community with a black son, does that give her license to speak on? I think that's all she has left to justify her speaking on it. I don't think it's an issue of can she. I'm hoping that's why. I don't think it's why.
Agreed. That's the only leverage.
That's the best thing she could lean on to bring any kind of credence and validity to the things she's saying. And unfortunately, I don't think she's gone that far. I think she missed that mark. I hope she didn't, but
nah, she missed the mark as soon as she sat down.
I think it's about her, or I think it's about the her that she sees in other people.
Well, no, I think again, she
I'm every woman.
Yeah. See, I'm every woman syndrome. Shout out
Right.
to Eric.
That's what I'm saying. She's making it about her, even though it's not about her. She's proxying.
One of these days, I'm gonna put all these theses together and shit right for y'all. Right. I told y'all, black women suffer from this shit. Huh? I told y'all, black women suffer from I'm every woman syndrome, bro. All of the positive things. Every black woman is attractive. Every black woman is intelligent and educated. Every black woman is strong. Every black woman is independent. But at the same time, every black woman is a victim. Right?
And vulnerable and hated.
Okay. It's a little bit of devil's advocate or pushback, right? Essentially, right? Y'all, maybe more so Mr. Fantastic, I would say. You speak up for the men you ain't.
Yeah, but I don't claim to be every man, right? I specifically point out what it is, and I can fucking go on both sides of this shit. Nigga, we even say this shit all the time, huh? Nigga, get your fat ass in the gym. All right. Yeah. Nigga, if you ain't got no motherfucking money, you don't need to be focused on the hoes. You need to be motherfucking focused on, you know what I mean, establishing yourself. All right. You don't need to be talking about the women at all until you fix you. All right. If you some neckbeard living in your mama basement ass incel nigga, brother, don't come to me. Okay. You need to look in that mirror and figure yourself out first. We can start worrying about the woman dynamic once the man is right. We do both sides. I never said them niggas is victims. Black men aren't victims. Black men are just motherfucking having to deal with the circumstances and, you know what I'm saying, try to make a hand out of the cards you're dealt. I've never claimed black men are victims. Black women constantly say that they are victims from everybody. White men, black men, white women, other races of women. If a black man gets out here, Hamp, and he says, "Hey man, I love my white wife." Remember the Ryan Clark situation? Oh my God, you talking shit about black women. You ain't got to promote your white bitch because, well, damn, the man just simply said he didn't no mention whatsoever of black women. I love my white wife. I'm a milkman. Now you're flaunting and you're insulting her by just, you know what I'm saying, uplifting the woman that you're with. Black men don't do this shit in the inverse. We don't care. And they try to make us care, but we don't care. No one is like, damn, we lost a good one with Serena Williams. Nobody. Hamp, none. With a head just like her daddy. I mean, she rich and she whatever, but I mean, you know, nobody's, you know, whenever a woman goes over to the other side, niggas at the very, very worst, she'll be back.
I get pretty disgusted overall, generally, from people divesting.
Yeah, but you use shalom as your primary greeting, though.
Got you.
Drink, shit like that, shit like that, shit like that,
let's go.
The cute social media back and forth on black women. Black women are strong. Black women are where you come from, this and that. So there probably isn't any sympathy for you and just life happening because there's so many other things around you going on that are not fair to black women. What is going on with the black family? We are consistently creating the cycle of kids who can't come home and see their daddy there. And they see their mama sad at night.
Who is
At
we though?
what point is
Who is we?
Well, the we, so damn, I almost paused it earlier. This is the thing, right? That I think that we don't understand that backfires a lot, right? So as an example, men are the leaders, right? So that means I'm saying the mantra, men are the leaders, right? So that means you take fault and are blamed for everything, but you don't control everything. But because we wear that jacket, right? It is there's a level of almost like an disparity in consequence or accountability, right? Because you're the leader, you know. So when you wear that jacket, you got to take all that comes with it, you know. So either black women are strong or it's a facade that they're strong, right? And that this is a thing. If you wear this strong jacket, right, the expectations for you are different. Whether or not they should be is inconsequential. They are different. So we have to understand, like, what is it that we want to portray ourselves as, right? And this may go over a bunch of people's heads, you know. But here's the truth, right? A woman's strength is the facade of her weakness, right? So what does that mean, right? The feminine traits, right, that we can't put our finger on, we just know it when we see it, right? Being subtle. You'd be surprised how much control that you have in your relationship when you approach your husband with a certain decorum. Most men will do anything for you when you approach with that feminine touch and shit like that, right? But I just want to understand, right? Like, because you can't wear that and then want to come out of it conveniently, right? Just based on what she's saying specifically. I'm bugging, just in terms of just
you spot on, bro. Again, like you said, that's what I said. You can't. Black women are not only I am every woman, they're everything. They're strong and independent and all these things, but at the same time, they're vulnerable, they're attacked, they're weak, they're tired, they're, you know. So again, it's literally always talking you know, in opposition to the points you're trying to make.
Yeah. Okay.
Is the successful black men in this world going to step in and really create structure? I see white men doing it every day. I get to witness the best of both worlds every day. Getting on stage singing R&B, being here in Atlanta, I get to sing R&B, but then I get to go to Nashville and be like, you mean you ain't staying out till 6 in the morning? You gonna go home to your family? You gonna write this song and leave at 5 and 6 because you gonna take care of your family and your wife? At what point do the successful black men build black families? We ain't gonna ever have a black family if y'all don't do it. We're never gonna have it. It's just not gonna happen. So if
I'm trying to think, right? Well, nah, she not black, even though they said she was black. It's crazy too. That's another thing too, Ham. So when a black woman or a woman that claims to be black or even appears to be black gets the black tag, as long as it progresses positivity for black women, like Kamala Harris, like Jalen Hurts' wife, a woman that could pass for black, but she's not black, right?
Jalen Hurts' wife not black?
Nah, she's like Dominican or something. She's some type of Hispanic or Latina.
Her daddy?
I have no idea, but she definitely ain't no nigga up in there. She might have a little bit or something, but she definitely kind of mixed with something, right? She exotical, exactly what they call them, right? So it's just crazy to me how any black woman that will do, right? But you see what she said? I see it with the white men. See that? She hadn't changed, and then had nothing changed. She's juxtaposing black men with white men as if it ain't no deadbeat white daddies out here. Elon Musk got how many baby mamas? 7?
Mm-hmm.
Something like that, right? Elon Musk is like the notorious nutter of notorious nutters, right? Rich, he got money, but so again, it's crazy to me. No one's ever having this conversation on the other side. When again, white men do it more than black men do, simply off the basis of it's way more of them than us, right? Same thing with them being rich or not. You feel me? So again, once we really start, comparing apples to apples, well, nobody want to talk about that. It's just a nigga problem.
Yeah. So there's one qualifier. She keeps saying successful black men. So what is that? Who qualifies for that?
Pretty much your entertainers and professional athletes and stuff like that. Millionaires are better. Celebrities.
Okay. So, So she's saying men that have influence, or is she just talking? She's saying, men of your ilk have to change the narrative.
It has to be someone that's noticeable, Ham, because it's plenty of. That's another thing too, right? There are plenty of unknown millionaires. There's far more unknown millionaires than the known ones, right? Because you only got how many? I think it's tens of thousands of black millionaires, right? Mm-hmm. And you put all the sports leagues together, you might get 2,000 people.
Yeah.
Right. You put all the sports teams.
Oh, in the whole world, or
no, just America. So NFL has got how many people on the roster?
3,000 maybe.
Be less. That's what I'm saying. So, but there are tens of thousands of millionaires. So if it's a rich nigga that's rich and nobody know him, that's another thing too with niggas. You got to be known. If you got the money but not the motion, you still a nobody ass nigga. Remember, if you a doctor making hundreds of $1,000s, you still lame or you still whatever because you got to get that money on a 9 to 5. You got to get that slow money, no matter how much money it is. You feel me? But if you a nigga getting to it on the block, in the street, in the in the game or however, everybody know who you are because you that nigga.
So she ain't talking to niggas who got money with no excitement attached to it.
No, none at all. Not at all.
Where you get that from?
Non-existent. It is the Bible. It is the playbook. It is the way that black women judge black men. I told you. I keep telling y'all this shit. If you that nigga, they don't just want to be seen, Hamp. They need to be on the scene, brother. Lights, camera, action. They need you to be out and about and everybody to know who you are and what you got and all this shit and so on and so forth. If it's not that, they don't want it.
All right. Let me see.
Your mentality is, yes, things happen. And I'm not knocking you for that. I didn't come here for that. But at what point do you take that black woman? Do you be at a home and show your kids what it's like, At what point do you take a grip to it, not make excuses for it or mantras and things like that? It is so unfair to Black women who have been the strength and builders of so many things. And I know life happens. You can't be with somebody you don't want to be with or whatever. But my grandparents did it. My grandfather, 92, died when he was 92, my best friend. I never seen another type of man. That's why I've turned down 3 rings. Because they wasn't like my grandpa. My grandfather raised 9 kids on his own because my grandmama died before I could even meet her. What point are our Black men going to stop the bullshit, the social media shit and all of that, and build Black homes? If we don't build Black homes, we can't depend on white folk to build Black homes. So when you see somebody like your significant other who clearly loves you, and it's all these Black women rooting for her, rooting for you, they want you to build a Black home. That's the
Oh shit, my bad. I ain't know. I got.
No, that was a divine, I think.
No, hold on. My bad. Hold on. Wait, this. Play it, HAMP.
attract to build a Black home. That's their anger. They don't know you. They can't judge you for anything else. They want you being who you are, being attractive, being successful. They want you to take hold and solidify and build a Black home. That's not saying you're not taking care of the kids you have, because clearly you are, and you love your kids. Taking care of your kids and building a home is 2 different things. At what point are we going to stop these back and forths? Oh, this type of woman don't say nothing to me about that. Well, guess what? You're just weak. Like, you want a strong woman around you. And I'm sorry, like, Black women have just, that we get copied from hair to body to everything. Black women are the most unloved individuals in America, but the ones who have built.
The most mimicked.
Most mimic. Good or bad mimic, you know? But we looking to you. We looking to you. A successful Black man, we are looking to you to change the narrative. And when you don't, it becomes, go on that show and tear his ass up.
Mm-hmm. I received that. And
no matter how many times you listen to a HAMP, it's not gonna change, brother. It's never gonna make sense. It's never gonna come together. So
We are the most unloved and the most copied. Why would you want to imitate something that you love the least?
you muted.
I'm just trying to like process what the hell she trying to say.
Be careful.
I'm trying to see, does she have a point at all? But if you guys are saying influence doesn't matter like it used to, then what she's telling Cam is inconsequential. I don't really understand.
So
now, the one thing, if you're the least married as a woman, then you are the least protected. That's one thing that's true, right?
But
or wrong.
Hold on. Is it self-inflicted? Because what did she say?
No,
HAMP?
I'm just. Oh yeah, I'm not the reason in which why we could parse, but
Okay.
I'm just saying that technically that would seemingly be true, right?
Condition. Yeah,
they could be in that condition, right?
Yep.
Now I'm married and now I'm protected, right? Because I'm strong.
Mm-hmm.
So if you run around saying you strong, then you run around saying you the least protected. That shit don't reconcile to me. These are the things I want people to understand what they saying, or maybe I'm misdiagnosing what she mean by strong.
Nope. The universal meaning of strong for black women is, hey, I can do it by myself. I'm surprised we didn't. They finally stopped saying it, but I saw one woman say, "Shout out to all the single moms yesterday." I didn't see nobody say the infamous "I'm the father and the mother." So we done raised enough hell for them to stop doing that stupid shit on Father's Day. But yeah, I told you, like Aaron said, I'm every woman. They're all of the motherfucking positive things, but at the same time, these delicate, creatures that can get their feelings hurt by, people not liking them.
Yeah, I think when they say strong, strength and stubbornness both have a steadfastness about them. So they're strong.
Yeah.
Stubborn.
Steadfast to a fault. Right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of work to be done, right? 100%. We understand that. But I don't particularly agree with how she's trying to parse it through. Right? It's just not cohesive enough, even when I'm trying to make sense of it. I understand the fact that if we control access to relationships and marriage, then what we subscribe to, we need to first understand what that subscription is. Where has it gotten us? If community is the most important, then we need to change our subscriptions to emphasize community. And a community is a group of families. So that's one thing I hear, and I'm like, okay, if I break this down more intelligently, then I could get on that train, pause, so to speak. If it be that community is most important, because if 2053 is on its way, and we understand that two incomes are better than one, and generally speaking, people do better together, and then marriage is the easiest way, the most absolute way to transfer wealth, then I look at that stuff and be like, okay, I can understand that. But am I doing all that, or did she say all that?
No, you're nowhere near one another.
You're doing all the work.
You're doing all the. Listen, when she said when Fantastic identified what she was referring to with successful men, they got to have some kind of economic stability to them, and they have to have a visibility to them, right? And that's what she's addressing. Now, here's the thing. Damn. If you take away the visibility component, that's still a successful man. And guess what? They're all the ones that are actually married, which would completely deflate her argument. And those are the people that you're talking about, the community. It would completely nullify her request for black men to build. It's happening. It's just not happening by the visible. But do you want the people that are visible, if they know themselves, to be responsible for the build when they're the ones that are going to be most exposed to temptation and controversy, especially if they know themselves? Your job is entertainment. That's why you're visible. Just be that. Don't require them to all of a sudden take on this life of extreme principle when it's going to be put in danger by proxy of what they do.
Yeah.
Just by being in the proximity of that. Not saying it's guaranteed to fail, but come on. Groupies chase you.
Yeah, the probability of failure is
right there. You can't. Best defense, no be there. You can't cheat with a groupie if she ain't cheat. If you don't, her existence is not apparent to you.
Yeah. Yeah, no, 100%. I understand that for sure, man. Yeah, I got a couple more things. Let me get UT. What's popping, man? Let me read these super chats you can get in, because I'm just trying to. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Jay Miller with the $5 said, the issue is black women want the black men they desire to marry them. There are plenty of eligible bachelors on the market, but they don't want them. Hence the focus on Cam Newton's echelon in this juncture. Aaron with the $2 says, the way Cam's standing his ground. Cam ain't really say nothing. Aaron with the $2 says, I can look up this woman fully nude. She should be quiet. Really?
Yeah.
The fuck? Reaper Rel with the really?
Yeah, she done been out with a breast out on live and everything. Twice, 2 or 3 times, I think. I know one time I seen it.
Reaper Rel with the $10 says, salute. Don't listen to K Michelle for shit. Her sit down air is rotten. What? Her pH levels are a science experiment. K Michelle has to stay standing at all family events. Ignore this toxic whoopee cushion. UT was probably said, what up, fam? What's goody, my boy? Just Jim with the $5 says, but what about the message? Y'all say, quote, I got the cure for cancer. Well, she got a cure for cancer, so to speak, but y'all refuse the cure because it's her. Phony. We trying to figure out what the hell she's saying. As Amy tells us, true Cam poster boy. If he does bullshit, y'all follow, I guess. As Ava tells us, MMCA, make marriage cool again. Fat boy was popping. Fat boy in the building with the 10 ounces. My boy is about to be dropped. Daddy daycare on the perfect. Okay, fat boy, I see you. Reaper Rel with the $5 says, K Michelle is right. Of course she's a mermaid. That yo, Reaper, god damn, son. Reaper with the $5 says, K Michelle got kicked out of the ocean by Aquaman and Black Manta. She the only specimen who breathes through the colon. Raggedy Cure needs to shut the fuck up. As Abe with $5 says, DJ, who has more emphasis versus black women than black men on YouTube? If you want black women to just go ahead and date, then why don't black men do the same rather than denigrate black women? UT with the $2. I'm not a proponent of interracial dating, so. UT with the $2 says, she doesn't sound any different than any other black woman. Art was popping. $5 super sticker salute. As Abe with the $2 says, isn't that what KS was perpetuating? Ellipsis black family. I think so. As Abe with the $2 says, who's more victim than white women? Example, Karens. So the UT been a member for 20. Damn, UT been at this for a minute. Am I back?
You froze. Your screen froze.
You froze, but we can hear you. You good now. You good now.
Jay Miller with the $5 says, too many black women give away their most valuable possession to the worst men. Maybe they should have someone choose their man for them. UT with the $2 says, are you a black woman that black men want to be around though? Damn. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, man. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. UT, what you think, bro?
Y'all about to unsaid it all, but it's just the fact that she think it's just one side of it that has to correct everything. And that's what was the biggest issue with all these women in the first place. You gotta get right too. Even if you want to say the men ain't right, fine. But the woman has to get right to where the man want to be around her, to want to date her other than just hitting it and quitting it. And not just making babies. You want me to be around you to make these family trips, to go everywhere. You gotta be somebody that somebody want to be around. And her whole attitude with herself, that's why she had to go to the white dudes. Because she thought that they was gonna just let her do anything. And now 10 years later, what did Thanos say? Led you right back to us.
Yeah, literally, that clip I played was 9 years old. So now is she back on board with black men? Or is she speaking outside in?
Nah, outside in. She's still promoting on the rest of the things. She was talking about wanting to date white men and preferring white men. So no, she's still there. Nothing's changed. And that's the best way to do it, because now she gets to be a double agent. she gets to denigrate black men and say black men aren't doing these, and accuse black men of creating all these broken families, right? When again, we know, if you really know the thing, and that's what would be so funny, and people don't know this information. That's why it's so important we talk about it. The minority of black men have children. Okay, black women have 1 million more children than black men. 1 million more children have. Okay, so who's actually having all these fucking babies? Why do y'all keep letting these niggas nut in y'all? And furthermore, it's not just the niggas. Habib, Brad, Chang, motherfucking Ahmed, they doing the same shit. Sanjeet, they skeet too. And y'all having these little motherfucking mixed ass babies and not get married. So again, please stop acting like, no, of course, black men are going to be the majority by default because most people deal with their own first, right? But again, this is the you know, the behavior of black women as a whole, bro. And you can't just place it on the niggas. Even when y'all go outside the niggas, it's the same thing.
Yeah. Because if she was the white man was so good to her, then you won't even, if somebody is, they're just like, if it was something is good to you, you have no reason to go back and even worry about the black men. There's no reason for you to even be worrying about us. No, why go on Cam Newton show other than what only thing you should be talking about is your music with Cam right now? Why are you talking about Cam as a black man and you say you don't want black men? You don't want them no more. That's a lie, but that's what you're saying out loud. And you doing all this crying about it. You wouldn't be that passionate about something that you don't want anymore.
So, all right. So, is this all right? So, I'm looking at this one. Black men and women ages 15 to 49 who have biological child. 46% for men, 61% for women. And then black men 40 through 49, so 40 years old and up, 81%, 87%.
Yeah, that's for that age group.
Yeah.
So by that time, most men have had kids once you're 40. So for the men in that age group, but then you do the total, and that's what idiots were using HAMP to say 80% of black men have kids. No, you stupid fuck. That's the age group of those men that have kids at the 80%. Across the whole thing, all age groups from, I think it go from what, 15 to like 60 or whatever it is, right?
49.
Only. And if it's 49, it went up. Shit.
No, sorry, 40. Yeah, so
46. It's like 46 or something.
My bad. I was saying 40 to 49, 80%.
Yeah. Okay.
So 15 to 49 and 80% here. So more kids than other men, essentially.
Oh shit. Hold on, let me see if I can find that. Yeah, HAMP. Hey, shout out to Prime. You seen the thing of the girl that went to Thailand and got pregnant?
No.
Over on vacation? See if I can find that for y'all.
See, the only thing I don't like about stats is they not gonna follow the one that they don't want to follow. Because we'll bring it up and they'll be talking about stats, and then they won't follow the ones that don't help them out. So, where you got that from? All this? No, we just putting all the facts out there. But they don't want that. None of the facts gonna change anything when it comes to them, because they don't care.
They who?
The women.
Let me ask a question. Ladies, put a 1 in the chat if you agree with K. Michelle. Put a 2 in the chat if you disagree with what she said, majority wise. If you agreed with the majority of what she said, ladies, put a 1 in the chat. Put a 2 if you disagree with the majority of what she said. And so, okay.
You can go through the chat right now and just look. You can see that you see the ones already up there because of what they were saying in the chat. All of them agree with her.
Share the screen, help.
Because I can see this, what dating is like in Bangkok right now.
Hey, let me tell y'all something. Dating in Bangkok, dating in Thailand. This was not planned. Baby, I'm having an Asian baby. She's having a baby. I'm not gonna lie, I was having fun at first. Dating overseas and
because
What they got to do with niggas, Hemp?
What she
My
was
bad. I
doing
didn't
in
mean to do that.
Thailand?
I didn't mean to do that. I clicked the wrong one.
What she do? What she
getting dick? Obviously.
So what? Let me ask a question. So many have kids. What is happening in these situations? Are they being bamboozled?
No.
Fuck no.
No, they're being penetrated.
Help. We all adults know how getting pregnant works. All adults know what happens with having unprotected sex. Hemp. Women especially. Women you know how we know women know. Hemp, when they go, because women go to the doctor more than men do because of their fucking anatomy, because they have to. I had some genius fucking tell me the other day, well, they don't have to do it. Well, it's highly suggested. And if you don't do what your doctor tells you is highly suggested for you to fucking do, that means you're irresponsible. Okay. But anyway.
But how you going to bamboozle the most educated, strong people? I mean,
hey, man. They're all knights in shining armor, Aaron. They're the most stand-up men ever. And as soon as them niggas nut, they turn to the motherfucking supervillain. They motherfucking Jafar from Aladdin.
Oh, so where we have post-nut clarity, they have post-nut delusion.
Yeah. The nigga become the evil, supervillain he was as soon as he done put that baby in her. She can't see it until the end, Aaron. She can only see it after.
I don't understand. I ain't gonna lie. It's like gaslighting. Honestly, the part that gives me the most cause for pause is when she's like, step up, you just weak if you don't want a strong woman. All that shit is gaslighting to me. Right. Yeah, I want you to be capable where I may have a deficiency, right? But it can't be two strong people running around the house. That's not how shit work.
No.
Right? Just you have yin and yang for a reason, right? You have equally yoked, meaning you got to make up all parts. Right? If you got the audacity to say I'm weak because I can't take how you come across, that's bullshit. That's gaslight. Like, it don't make sense.
You giving them too much. You're doing the work for them again.
I really hate. Well, I'm trying to make sense. I'm just saying, bro. Like, there are things like that women just be saying on like that type of shit. And I mean this with my whole heart. I would punch a nigga in his fucking mouth.
Bust his shit wide open. Like
that part is like they just don't even make no sense to me, right? If you want to resonate, right? The verbiage matters. We already set up here. Tone matters. The words you choose matter. Like, come on, man. But I the one thing I did parse UT, and let me know if I'm bugging, right? Is that what we center, right? Is I think we're a little bit off center, right? I do think that I don't think us as men center marriage, family specifically. I don't think that's at the center of what we are trying to do in terms of our relationships. And I'm just pulling that from the numbers and what we generally talk about and what we applaud. Right? Niggas laugh at AC Green. They was trying to be AC Green. But nigga who can clap the most cheeks got the most clout. I think that kind of got us in a way in which we kind of I think there's a correlation with that and how poorly we're doing as a people.
Yeah,
So,
but Ham, the women also started judging men by the same thing. The men we did it internally, and then the women took upon it also, and that's why I said one of the biggest issues and problems the black man has is one of the major parts of your identity and your value as a man is your sexual access. You ain't get no pussy, nigga. You ain't got no hoes, nigga. Like I said, even if the nigga got the bread, the nigga ain't got no hoes though. He ain't fucking nothing. You see what I'm saying? And the women do the same thing. Well, somebody again, women want the men that other women want.
no, I got you. Well, let me ask a question though. Where'd they get that from?
You saying from originally? I think it's a man thing. Men did it, of course. It's always a man. Men have always, but I think, like you said, when we shape it to our culture specifically, I think it's metastasized with us, unlike anybody else. That's the number one thing. That's why the non-Cam Newtons exist. And HAMP, there are 3 niggas in Tennessee that accounted for over, at this point, is dead well over 80 kids. HAMP. 3 regular schmegular niggas. I don't know how many baby mamas, but multiple baby mamas and 80 children amongst 3 regular schmegular niggas. So his bitches signing up to be baby mama number 20 something, HAMP. So that's what I'm saying. These women don't give a fuck, and then they turn around and play victim like, oh, I didn't know. Bitch, how you didn't know the nigga you was baby mama number 17?
I understand that. What I'm simply saying is like the things that we said are important. You're saying that women agree or push those things against men to clown men as well. I'm simply saying, where did they get it from? If they got it from us, is it possible that if we recentered something else as opposed to sexual access, would they also follow that lead since they followed the other one?
No, because that gives them power. So if your main goal is sexual access, your main goal is what? The woman. So that's why the women jump on board, because it keeps them at the top of the list. If everything you do, like we said the other day, y'all was wild. Like I told you, like, hey, if women got Thanos snap, half the men are all races is up out of here, bro. That is the because so many people don't have a purpose. It is the void that it is what they use. Sex and women is what they use to fill the void of not having purpose. So if you take that away, how many men are steadfast enough? How many men are disciplined enough? How many men have fortitude to go out of here and do difficult shit? Huh? We know this shit. Niggas don't stay in the gym. Niggas don't lift weights. Niggas don't do anything, you know what I'm saying, that you're not just forced to do. You feel me? That says a lot. And again, because the way society is, good time makes weak men. Hey, we lived in our lifetime overall. It's been great fucking times.
Yeah, I don't think men have marriage centered, but I don't know that that's that way by like deliberately, or I think men would center it. I just don't think men are calibrated to center anything yet. You got to zero the weapon first. Once we get solid with purpose, and then we'll be calibrated to try to center marriage. And I think once that happens, that will be the reaction. That'll be.
I guess my ask is, Aaron, in that, and you could jump in, is simply marriage. Is that a goal? Is that an end goal? Where does marriage sit?
It's the scaffolding to ensure your lineage continues into the future. It's the business plan.
That's what I'm saying. So if you set the goal as marriage, don't other things follow that naturally? Yes. So like being stable, right? Having a place, things, right? Yep. Men usually buy houses like if they looking to be family or oriented or marriage minded. So if that was the first goal, wouldn't maybe just seemingly positive things follow that or be a part of that business plan?
Yeah, you just said what I said. See, the man has to be real tight and clear on purpose, because that is the platform that what you're saying constitutes a family and a house. It stems from that, and because that is not the windshield on our purpose is not clear yet, the view of what marriage is a little fuzzy. We can't center it because we can't see it. We clarify our purpose, and then we'll know exactly what to do with marriage, which is exactly what you said. It's in succession, exactly like you just put it.
Okay, I understand now. I caught it halfway backwards. I got a question, but go ahead, UT.
And I think it always goes back to what age are y'all talking about? You gonna catch it? Like, wow, when you gonna say that's your purpose? What age is you gonna say that's your purpose? Because if we talking about a young age, from say like 18, we'll say 18. You still gonna have that learning process to where you even gotta get all of that stress and everything out of you for far as like you becoming a man. So you saying what age? That I'm saying, what age would that be? What you saying? Okay, marriage is the goal.
No,
and that's what I'm working towards.
That's not your compare. That's not. It's not a file. It's an app. You get what I'm saying? It's just kind of a way of your purpose, kind of just the way it exists in you. Your outlook on the purpose. There's no threshold, right, where you have this discovery.
Well,
I think that's the problem though, Aaron.
Upon you by virtue of living with a clear understanding of principle. It'll start there.
I think that's the problem, Aaron, because we leave it too vague, and then you want to say when it happens. No, if you do that, then it might not never happen.
No, it's not vague. It's vague now.
Well, no. Well, I guess I can level set between the two. So, UT, I understand your question, right? When you come to the realization that it is my purpose as a man, because again, most people don't want to be married, man or woman, at 18 years old, right? And you're saying once you lived enough life experience and you figure yourself out and what you do like and all the different things, and you know what I'm saying, you got all the nuts out your system, you done spread your royal oats, as they say, but you ain't made no babies, of course, right? And now you say, okay, I'm 27, 28, I want to be married, right? That's what you're saying, correct?
Oh, you talking about me?
Yeah.
No, I'm just asking what age, because I think
the point to get to it. You're saying no one starts out as like early on as an adult. I want to be married immediately, and then you start working towards that goal. It's something that you
right. Yeah.
So, Aaron, I think so. Your point is this something that's there? But I think you laid the foundation to where it comes from the family, right? So the reason why marriage was so high, the further you go back, is because kids grew up with marriage being the standard.
Exactly.
So we have to reestablish marriage being the standard in order for the men.
I'm gonna drop you down till you finish smoking. All right.
For the man and the women to want it. So it has to be embedded in their psyche at an early age, so they know that that's the goal from before they become adults. And
which is where a man becomes very clear and aligned with his purpose early on, right? It is that environment is how that happens. Like, look at HAMP. He grew up in that household, which is exactly how and why his purpose is what it is to him.
But it wasn't that at first, though.
Yeah, no, it was in the house. It was there before he got here. It was set up.
So that's why I said what I said. What age are you talking about then? Because HAMP grew, like you said, HAMP grew up in it, right?
Conception.
Right, but he didn't just jump to marriage soon as he got out of his parents' household.
You're putting the cart before the horse. I'm saying the man has to align with his purpose first. He has to understand, become clear, and align with his purpose.
I think when we trying to make a big stance like that and make it like a standard for men, it has to be like a set line, because if you keep on saying when you figure out your purpose, then it may when is that?
No. It's not. I didn't say figure out.
Well, you got to figure it out, though, Aaron.
No. All right. I think maybe you don't know what purpose is.
No, that's not it. I'm just saying when you got it. We don't do that to me today, Aaron. Let's just talk.
When did you acquire your personality?
Well, you acquired it through your years of being around other folks. You're influenced by different people and everything.
Your purpose, the clarity of your understanding of your purpose is exactly that. Just like the clarity of your understanding of your disposition, your personality. It's the same.
Okay. Again, that's why I said let's go from here. Let's go from here. Okay, when you are getting to you the one that making decisions, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not your parents. You making decisions.
Mm-hmm.
So and that usually is 18. When you get out making your own decision, you're not focused on, oh, my parents were married, so that's what I'm going to do. Unless somebody is making that a point in your brain through your whole life. Then not you just seeing it, but you got to be like, UT, you need to get married. You need to be focused on getting you a woman when you get out of high school. Because if that's not what you're doing, nobody's going to do that.
No. When you become 18, the laws of the land start to give credence to your ability to make a decision. Your proficiency in decision making is influenced by everything that happened from the time you were born until then, which comes from your parents. You might not be thinking about them, but your ability to make a decision at 18 is going to be born out of whatever happened before 18. It shapes it. It's just that at 18, society says, now we'll listen. But there's no real line in the sand.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it is. I'm saying we need to make it that. That's the only way I see it, that you gonna make the standard that we're trying to set, or people are trying to set. You have to make a line in the sand. Because if you don't, you might not never get married. That's what I'm saying. If you don't make a line in the sand.
No, not a threshold. Maybe a deadline is what you're saying?
Line in the sand, the same thing. Threshold, line in the sand.
No, they're not the same. A threshold is the optimum
point.
point.
We got to do the semantics. I'm just saying, you know what I mean? I'm not saying I'm just saying we need to say, okay, this is the age that we need to be focused on marriage or getting a woman to marry, and vice versa with the women. This is the age. Just like college. College is when you get out of high school, college is right after high school most of the time. That's your line.
Not age, but level of preparation, which are achieved at different speeds, at different rates. So if you're naturally just kind of a mature person, you go into the military, right, and you establish some sort of predictability with your life early, you're in a position to kind of focus on marriage. If you're kind of emotionally immature, but you're really intelligent, and you're in school and you went to pre-med, now you're in med school, you're 26, you don't need to be thinking about marriage. You need to be thinking about the MCATs or whatever, you know what I mean? Whatever your your dissertation. But once you go into residency, then you can start thinking about a family, because now you have the resources, tools, you fit the criteria, and you now have the prerequisites necessary to be successful on that endeavor, right? So it's going to be different for everybody. It's not a time, it's a criteria you have to meet. Now I can say you might want to set a deadline, because at some point you're going to meet a moment where you're getting diminishing returns, where you become incapable of doing things that you'll need to be doing, right? So you got to have all this done by a certain time. That's a deadline.
Okay, a deadline. Make the deadline when you get out of high school.
No, you got to have it done by that time, by or before.
Right.
When you get out of high school, is before anybody's ready.
Out of high school, that's your deadline.
You want everybody married by the time they get out of high school, so you want them vetting women. You don't have any reason. No, that's not a deadline. The deadline. HAMP, what's happening here?
Oh, y'all.
I don't know what you're trying to. I don't understand what Aaron is trying to do because we talking about.
Well,
I don't know.
So okay, so it's hard to define it age wise.
Yes.
You know, what are the prerequisites if it was a class to marriage? Right. And the timeline on which men will hit those prerequisites will vary. Right? Because men may have been born in a construct in which they've seen it, they had a bad experience with it, you know, and so even if that's his want, when and where and how he meets those prerequisites will differ, but it has prerequisites nonetheless.
Well, if you focus on marriage before having your prerequisites, you're doing yourself a disservice with acquiring the prerequisites.
I thought that what you were saying with your family being raised up through your parents being married, that would already give you those, right?
No, that sets you on a course in the right direction with the right mindset. You learn information on the way, and as you learn information and pick up skills, you apply those skills to acquire and amass resources and to create circumstances that would be conducive to marriage.
Yeah, it's just like that. Like you see, if your dad was a police officer, you growing up wanting to be a police officer probably makes sense. Like I'm like, oh, I could see that.
Right.
So if you grow up in that construct, right, you may have an affinity for such a thing. Right. But other people who don't, yeah, I think that's what it is. Essentially, if somebody sees it growing up, but to your point, it's not absolute either. But the likelihood is there, I guess.
Or they might have a you know, they might not be a cop, but they might go into the military and like kill it.
All right, Aaron, you keep confusing it. Just hold on a second.
Well, I'm just saying how something in the past can influence, but it's not a guarantee. You just said it's not absolute. It's not guaranteed. Because that's what he'll do. He'll make it a line in the sand. He'll be like, well, we should all be following exactly in our father's footsteps. No. It's what our fathers do shape the way our worldview is used to do what we're going to do.
Right. And that would be what?
It's the individual. Do you drive race cars? No, I do because my dad did.
Right.
But my dad ain't no engineer. He's a banker.
Your dad married? Your dad teaching you how to be in a marriage?
He was a banker.
Growing
up
in the life, that's all I'm saying. Just make it early.
I married at 36. What are you talking about?
I'm not talking about you. I'm just talking about in general. I'm not talking about you. I thought I wasn't talking about me. I'm just talking about in general. I'm already married too.
Robo, what's popping?
Salute. You know we didn't have our disagreements, but I'm always gonna come respectful. Salute to you, Hamp, and the panel.
No doubt. What's goody?
Man, another day. As far as the topic, I think the premise just a little off because relationships are so complex. You can't really relegate it to age or teaching. It has everything to do with connection, right? So it doesn't really matter how much money or what age you are. If you don't have a real connection with the woman that you're trying to get with, you know, it's going to be unsuccessful. And I think the nature of that actually takes time and getting to know people. And young boys coming out of high school, 9 times out of 10, they don't even really understand women. So they need to pursue trying to get wealth, but they should also at the same time be dealing with women, not with the goal per se to get married. That should be in the back of their mind one day. But if they deal with multiple women, they'll get an understanding of how women operate instead of trying to run into the marriage, not knowing how women actually are and the nature of women, which is why most of the marriage rate is not good.
Or Robo, what age? So UT was saying like, what if there was an age to be implemented? What would you suggest?
I would probably suggest around, because if I'm speaking correctly, I may be incorrect. Black people already get married around the age of 30. That's the common age. So I think 30 is enough time for you to experience life, know a lot of things of life, and then, you know, maybe you can pursue a marriage. Now, kids, then we're gonna have to have the conversation of, you know, if we're gonna stick to the Bible, where you don't want to have kids outside of wedlock. But I mean, if we look at the way that things is done normally, you know, is people that's having kids and getting married, and is that really conducive to a long-term relationship? I think that needs to be studied. It needs to be looked into.
Yeah, let me give you this information. See what you think. So I think the marriage rate for us is 31, I think, but our having kids is 26. What you think of that?
I think sounds about accurate, right?
You think it's
I think
backwards?
it could be backwards in a way because, you know, we want what everybody's aiming for is nuclear homes, but unfortunately, the mindset right now in the culture, because I would like for us to be married people, but unfortunately it's not working out. So we have to figure out what's wrong with marriage itself, but we can't just stop having kids. You see what I'm saying?
So have kids regardless of marriage?
I would say try to pick the best one that you can. Or if you have some and you think that by accident the woman chooses to have the kid, make it work as best as possible, but don't try to force it to work, because that can lead to other consequences that's dire.
So what did you think about? Hold on, let me read these real quick. As Ava the Father says, play white women anthem. Helen Reddy, I am woman, hear me roar. No one's ever gonna keep me down again. I am strong, I am invincible. You can bend but never break me. So she's saying all women been saying this, or white women been saying this before the strong black women trope?
White women stopped saying that shit in the 60s. HAMP again. The only people that buy into feminism, hook, line, and sinker, are black women.
Damn. Listen to that. Zero tolerance with the $5 says birth rates for black women have declined steeper than any other racial group. Y'all need to update your shaming tactics.
Yeah, because of fucking abortion. Clearly, the fuck. You guys have the highest divorce rate and the highest quantity. What are you talking about? Fucking genius.
Perfect. Bravo Tech was popping with the 20 ball says it sounds like UT is talking about a deadline to know what your purpose is. Am I wrong?
That's what I was interpreting.
UT, you respond to this?
Yes. That's exactly what it was.
Right? DC Slim with the $2 says happy birthday Tupac, man. God bless his dad, man. Seed in the day was popping. With the 20 ball said deadlines should vary between men and women. Men deadlines should be post college or 2 to 4 years in college. High school is a great goal for women, and they should start being prepared for marriage once they are able to reproduce.
That's what I was going for. No, you're right. You said
a lot of women not gonna like that.
It ain't, but that's the thing. They don't like a lot of stuff. It don't matter if they like it. It's matter if it's gonna make us better as a race.
That's true, but they're autonomous beings. So if we're not gonna go back to trying to force them to do what we want them to do, i.e., putting hands on whatever that may involve, we have to compromise to some certain extent. So if the women want to live their life a little bit after high school, maybe we need to give them a window. I'm not saying they should be doing that for the rest of their life, but to meet them halfway so that we can come to a compromise and better the community, we have to give something.
But we know that that's not good for them. We know that's not good for them though. So why would that's setting them up for failure even more?
I don't believe it's setting them up for failure because most men are already marrying women that have too many bodies.
Because we have to. That's what I'm saying. That's why, because that's all we have.
So that's what I'm saying. So if you give them the choice, they're probably not going to overdo it. It's like
That's why it's shouldn't be a choice like that. That's why you need to have a deadline like that, because if you give them that type of choice, they gonna fuck it up. They been fucking it up.
Do you have kids,
That's what's
Birdie?
been going on.
That's not.
You
That's
you
not
got
why you
kids,
have
Birdie?
deadline.
Yeah.
You got daughters?
Mm-hmm.
So I was gonna say, because I don't have kids, what I've noticed is when you try to tell the little girls not to do something, it usually pushes them to go do it, right? So trying to force them one way is gonna make them just disregard everything that you're saying.
But what's been working the other way?
There hasn't
They've
been
been
no
doing the
other
same
way.
thing. Only thing been going on different than back in the day is just like Fantastic said, abortions. They still fucking. All of them still fucking.
The deadline on women is not to avoid body count or that kind of thing.
That's what I'm saying. If
The
they have 2,
deadline,
3, 4 bodies, maybe that's acceptable. We're not
yeah,
talking about 10, 20, 30, 40. We're just
right.
talking about allowing them the grace for that 2, 3, 4, 5, and not trying to make them like sluts because they have.
So we not going by the Bible then.
Well, yeah, and I'm confused as to how, again, we've said so many times, you will never ever know what it actually is. So
exactly.
I mean, what do we? What's the premise or what's the foundation? Would be a question.
So that's what I'm saying. So we not gonna go by what they say the Bible say in regards to that.
The Bible.
Listen, yeah, man, hold on. Listen, bro. It's most niggas ain't never read a whole damn chapter of the Bible. So I'm the biblical principle is one thing, but not enough people are learned and truly know what the hell they're talking about. They're usually getting second and fifth hand information for somebody else that told them some shit. They don't know what shit actually means. They don't know the context. They don't know how to cross reference. So is biblical principle important? Yes, but I think we get lost when we jump there automatically when clearly people aren't knowledgeable or versed enough in trying to set those standards. So just getting back to the family dynamic as foundation, and then working everything else into it will be because you're gonna have religious arguments like in perpetuity, bro. You feel me? And people are going to purposely misquote, misinterpret, or cherry pick scriptures that support the way and the things that they're doing. And then when you get into the actual discussion of it, it turns into a whole nother thing. So I'm not saying don't have the biblical principle in it at all, but I'm just saying using that as the basis makes the line very, very blurred and murky because people are gonna wiggle out of that shit. Pause every time.
Yeah,
Also, if you look at
I
the
just said
Bible,
it because
the
he said
women
that
didn't
about it
just
earlier.
cleave to one man. If you look at the Bible, they had there's a lot of women in the Bible that the first man that they got with was not their baby daddy or how we're doing it today. Like they had multiple men. It's not like all the women in the Bible, they only had one man. David, Moses, they took women from other tribes, right? If you really want to go there. So it's like, trying to this virgin thing, right? It's like that's a perfect world. That's like saying nobody should commit crime. Still gonna happen. So you have to adjust for reality.
Right. I'm with you on that. I'm not fighting that at all. But I thought we were saying what we need to do now, because we know what's going on now or in the past. But I'm saying what we need to do to change it, right?
I think to change it, the women have to get on board. And for them to get on board, we have to concede to some degree. Trying to
No,
force them to do.
I think they just have to be taught early.
They are.
Yeah, but that would be
they're not being taught anything early.
Yeah, because they're not growing up in families. UT.
Yeah,
So they're not growing up. So that's what I'm saying. So it will go back to like what Aaron said. We have to start a clean slate, right? And pretty much that's what I'm saying. So a generation of people are gonna be lost, bro. Right? A whole generation of women gonna have to be in pretty much like our generation or the I guess like the older Gen Zers or whatever are gonna have to be written the fuck off, and you start fresh and get it. You know what I mean? It's show and inundate and flood family, traditional family. You know, since niggas say that same sex families can be, but we're not gonna go there, right? So mother, father, children, right? Inundate those kids coming up that this is the way and the way to do things, and then you'll see some residuals, you know, probably a generation later. So like I said, all the stuff we're talking about doing, even if it starts with us, we're never going to see the fruits of the labor of it. We're not saying we should, right? But it's a slow process. That's why I always say this, bro. Y'all understand what we're taking on is to literally right the ship or do a 180 of the direction of a whole race, demographic, culture of people. This is not gonna be no overnight shit. And you know, so in working it out, like you said, there's gonna be some trial and error. There's gonna be some failures. There's gonna be some fucking bumps in the road. But most importantly, I think before we do any of that shit, right? The man has to be put in the proper place. The man, as we're doing here, all four of us are men. And shout out to OT, when he was up here. We constantly say this, and like you said, UT, or maybe he was saying, as long as you say the men need to do better, the men need to do better, the men need to do better, right? And you never require anything of the women, what's gonna happen? So that's why I be trying to get motherfuckers to understand. You have to hold both sides of adults have to be held accountable. Both sides of the adults have to have a job and be on it. And the problem is, no one, whenever you raise the thing to tell black women, well, hey man, you know y'all need to do this, or you need to stop doing this and so on and so. Oh, nigga, you weak. Oh, nigga, you want to blame the women. No, nigga, it's not me blaming the women. And then you ask them the question, is what I said wrong? Oh, we don't want to talk about that. That lets you know right there. When you point out a factual, beyond a shadow of a doubt shit, niggas claim the stats is fake, right? But any fucking positive, HAMP, they still motherfucking saying black women the most educated, right?
Yes.
And that's a fucking, that no stat supports it. Not one. Not one. You're not the number, you're not volume, you're not rate. Okay? Asians got you in rate, and of course, white women got you in volume. But yet and still, that stat is a fake stat that they use to motherfucking perpetuate the bullshit. Because again, it's positive for black women. When you
So
come
where
around
did it come from?
Black women made it up out of the blue. They just started saying it. This is before anybody knew anything about statistics, HAMP.
But we saw it. We saw it repeated though. Like we saw it written down places.
Yeah, it was on blogs. Remember the one where they said could possibly and all this other shit, this fucking flowery language, you know, it's bullshit. You know what I'm saying? You try to play with the numbers and try to make it up to some fucking bullshit, bro. When we literally looked at the websites and shit, it's never been a point where black women was more black women educated than white women. And then the fucking Asian women have always been the smallest population, so they're not gonna have them higher in rate. Not to mention, Asian women earn the most money and they have some of the best degrees when it comes to everything. You feel me? So that's what I'm saying. It's just full of bullshit. But as long as that's a lie, we'll go on with that lie. But as soon as you start actually bringing out stats that are factual and it shines a negative lights on the things that black women need to change, oh nigga, you lying. Oh nigga, you making it up. Oh, nobody give a fuck about stats. Do the white man stats. And so that's what I'm saying, man. So until we fucking do this shit, bro, it's never gonna change shit.
Okay. Was it in comparison to maybe men specifically? Although I think more women go to college than more men, just all
Across
races.
the board, yeah, all races, HAMP. So again, even if you want to say that black women are dumb as fucking idiots, because it's the same for all men. All women of all fucking races go to school more than a thing, and then they will be dumb and even show you just how contrary they are and how much it is that black women are trying to be in competition with and publicly embarrass black men by saying that we're more educated than you, when that's the case for everybody.
Let me ask y'all a question. In the earth, are you seeing what's up, Trigger? In the earth, are you seeing these behaviors and touting and the strength thing anecdotally in your real life? not to say this isn't actual, but in your day to day, do you see a level of like snarkiness towards you, or I'm better than, or you need to, excuse me, live up to a standard that I create, and etc.? Are you guys seeing that on a daily?
Yes.
OTC? He's saying
Yeah,
yes.
I'm seeing it. I'm
Trigger, you
seeing
said,
it, but that might
hold
be
on,
because
OTC. Let
I
me
might
let
be
me go
approved.
around. Let me go around the room. Plus, you got a little bit of delay. Trigger, you see it?
I see it. Yeah.
Aaron?
I see evidence of it, but I'm not interfacing with it.
Yeah. Same.
This is fantastic.
You on mute?
He said yeah. He said yeah.
My bad. Yes.
Okay. Look, and I'm not being facetious at all, but I like at all. Just a genuine question, like what EUT? I'm serious. I'm not being facetious with my follow up. But I know that laugh, and they got in what way does it show up?
Can I?
In the actions. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
What's up, y'all? Good afternoon.
What's going on?
You know what? I would
check,
definitely
see if your echo is turned on.
It's me.
Yeah,
You
got
hissing.
like
You hissing. You got to make sure you got
too
the other
loud.
joint turned up, the other knob on your mic in the middle. You hissing.
All right.
Oh, he got the big boy mic now. He don't know how to use it.
False.
The same mic out in use background noise. Can y'all hear me now?
Perfect now. You're good now. Perfect now. Yeah.
He just upgraded to a Shure, Mr. Fantastic. You gotta give him a second.
Same mic I've always had. You crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Kids be playing in here type shit. But
I say the same thing.
I would definitely say that I would agree if a man said he never seen it, because it depends on how you interact with women, right? And the places you interact with them. Places where they're trying to have fun and where men dominate and they want to be around those men, they tend to behave more feminine, like they're super submissive. They play that role. But then if you interact with women in intellectual spaces like work, like I do, like I work with all women. I'm in healthcare and education, right? All women. They take the opportunities to do the things that we're talking about because they want to let you know that they believe that they're smarter than you. And the problem with that is that just from a color standpoint, because this is like more of a class thing, like a lot of different women are doing this of different races, but it's most prevalent with Black women because they've been taught to compete with their men and they don't champion the idea of a man being above them in any way, right? Which is absolutely false, right? So what it is like, instead of saying that, like, they want to replace the man in all areas where he used to be king. So that's why we see that behavior with Black women so often, right? Because it's like, this is my natural position. I'm supposed to be here. They're going to want to knock you off that pedestal and put themselves up there. So I see that with Black women more than I see it with any other women, because the one thing I can tell you is that other women champion the idea. They push the idea of their man being in front, right? They both could be doctors, right? Man doctor, woman doctor. But I'm trying to spend more time with the kids. I'm gonna push him to the front. Like everything that they do, they're like, he's the leader, he's in front. I'm trying to sit down and relax. Black women are not like that. Most of them.
Okay, so you're saying at work they want you to know how well educated they are, and they try to tout the fact that they are more informed and more intelligent than men, Black men.
Absolutely, and men in general. But what it is like, you know how they'll say we compete with them. That's a lie. Men can't, like, we don't have it innately in us to compete with them. And the worst part is, like, when you go to a graduation, the dads are crying, the dads are standing up clapping. But one thing that I notice is, like, it's very hard for us as Black men to celebrate the achievements of Black women, because they can't just achieve for the sake of their own advancement. They got to be adversarial with their achievement. They got to achieve something, be like, yeah, y'all punk ass niggas, I did that, y'all can't do it. So it makes it very hard for us to celebrate them, because they're not achieving for the sake of advancement or the sake of the cause. They're achieving to throw it in our face, right?
The shit on niggas. Shout out to Trigger Mike, man, and HAMP. I don't know if you guys remember when we was talking for a point in time. They were bragging about the illiteracy of Black men and the boys, right? They were making fun of it, HAMP. Even the boys, the literacy you know what I mean, deficiency of the boys. That's why these little niggas can't read and y'all grown niggas can't read. Hemp, this shit is diabolical, man. And until we start pointing that shit out and holding the shit to task, bro, and being like, hey man, you bitches out of pocket. You know what I mean? At least for, and again, not all. But again, hemp, the shit that black women have been allowed, the small, loud minority, that's like the trumpet sounding, hemp. These hoes be ruthless. What black man have you ever known is wild and crazy? People probably put Tommy at the top, right? Tommy Sotomayor at the top of what's name. He had never been on some bullshit. Just delete all the girl children. Get rid of all of them. A black woman was able to motherfucking go through hemp and do that shit for like at least a 3-year run. Support it, growing, nothing. We can never do that shit.
But you're saying that's the minority though, huh? In terms of that extreme nature.
Yeah, it's a minority, but even the fact it's allowed to exist is crazy.
I mean, let's look at it this way too.
Hold on, I want to get a few more examples, just the baseline, so I can properly identify going forward. Aaron, what say you?
Yeah, so I'm gonna continue on from what Trigger Mike was saying. You can celebrate them, and you should.
Wait, the examples?
When he said that women are they're celebratory of their successes in a way that weaponizes them. They weaponize the celebration, which takes the ability for you to celebrate away from you.
He articulated that one. I was wondering, was that your example as well, or did you have a different example?
It's similar. So they don't. It doesn't get. So I said I see evidence of it, but it doesn't hit me. As soon as they hear me speak, like I can see it coming on approach. All the things he said, their disposition. The moment we get past good morning, they drop that shit. They completely go reverse course. They don't. There's that combat shit. They're not wearing it.
I got an example, him.
Okay.
I just got this job that I started working at, that I actually worked at the past, a construction job. There was this older black lovely woman that had been hired as the new safety management. So she was basically in charge of all things safety, all things paperwork. She came in, she gave her speech. Hey everybody, I'm the new safety management. Y'all make sure y'all report to me. And we going, you know how black women do, real personable. And it happened to be one particular Friday that I got done using some equipment, and I took the key out and I gave it to her. And she was actually sitting at her desk filling out some paperwork, and she ended up leaving the key there. Now when I came to work the next week, she told all the management that I had lost the key. And I had to go back to her, and I told her, I was like, what happened to the key that I had gave you for the machine? And she was like, oh, I don't know, that's your fault. You need to figure out what you did with it. You weren't even supposed to hand it to me. So my job was basically put on the line for finding that key. Now I end up finding that key in the exact same spot that I gave her the key. So she just left it there. So when I found the key and I gave it to my boss, she made it her mission to get me fired after that, right? Because she didn't like how I had basically essentially proven that she did not know where that key was, and I gave it to her. It was in the same spot that I had given it to her. And now I'm gonna start back working at that job. Hopefully, I don't run into her again and she still got that vendetta. But, that's just one example I have when, women getting in power, they don't like their authority being threatened, or they don't like to be called out on mistakes.
UT?
Okay.
Well, early on in my relationship, before we got married, it used to be a tug of war between me and my girlfriend, right? Because she was used to being the authority of everything. So she can lead, you know, you can lead when you get ready to. You can go, you can tell people what to do because she was the leader of her kids, right? So when we get together, it kind of transferred to me a little bit. So she started trying to tell me certain stuff, like, you know how you be like, you have to tell a woman, you're not my mama. And you know she been done did something that make you feel like she trying to act like your mama. So I used to have to do that all the time. Be like, you're not my mama. I'm the man in the relationship. You don't have that responsibility no more. I'm the protect. I'm doing all this shit right here to get her to. And then it was a tug of war for a long time until we got to where she understood, you know. But that was an example that I had of.
Mr. Fantastic, did you give an example?
For
like the conduct that we see in the earth. And then like the education, or even like leveraging the education and etc. Leveraging everything they do good to say aha or whatever the case is, or to downtrodden black men.
Yeah, bitches do it to me in the chat all the time. They say,
I said in the earth.
Huh?
In the earth. In the earth.
Oh, in the earth. Oh, in the earth. I don't know, man. I'm pretty established and accomplished, so it's difficult for a woman to do. And I'm free now. So, Don, when I was, you know, working, right, when I was in the military, yeah, it would happen, definitely. You would have a black woman specifically that didn't like the way you did some shit, and fuck it, especially if you weren't treating her as if you were trying to pursue her. That's another huge thing. If you showing a woman and treating a woman as a colleague only, and you have no interest in her other than, you know, professional dealings or just association, that's offensive. Especially if she sees you to be, you know, attractive, or she feels like you should, you know, want something to do with her. Oh yeah, you know, this shit got dirty at one point, bro, to where, like you said, it was a woman that took some shit personal, and I had to motherfucking do any and everything to cover my tracks to be like, hey man, listen, I don't know what the fuck she got going on. I don't even work for her. So whatever she talking about, y'all need to figure this shit out, and I'll stay away from her. She'll stay away from me. But yeah, bro, hell no.
You know, I was just thinking, like, and it could be because of the anecdotal experience. So in my industry, you know, these old school van lines, you know, they've been around for a long time. So it's predominantly white, you know. In this senior niche moving community, predominantly white, because it's predominantly white people in these old folks' homes and etc. You know, so when I was hired on initially, coming from, I worked at Capital One initially, in the corporate office, and I went into moving for this small moving company that then ballooned up, and black people were kind of few and far between in the offices and the seat, you know, with the exception of the movers, right? That demographic, you know, you see blacks and Latinos, especially because I was doing the hiring, right? But then as we would climb and go to corporate events and you know, board meetings, it's mostly white. So when black women would be hired on as like salespeople, they would gravitate towards me because I was the only one that looked like them in those rooms, you know. So oftentimes it felt more like a camaraderie. The white women are who I had the most issue with. You know what I'm saying? You know, they call me aggressive or whatever the case was, right? I used to deal with that a lot from middle-aged white women, you know. And so when the black women were there, you know, we kind of had like I said, a camaraderie because they could come to me and get any answer, right? You know, there's even a level of comfort there. But it could be, just to be fair to the conversation, because we were the minority in this demographic, and I was like pretty much like top of the top almost, you know.
What I was going to ask, was it true? Was it true? My bad, go ahead.
I was going to say, you won't see. That's why I was like, there's opportunity where you won't see that, because if they are in a position where you're the one giving them the opportunity, you hired them, they got to report to you. That's why I'm like, it's a lot of situations where you may not see it, right? But in my, I'm upper administration, so all the black women that are there, we're the same, right? They don't particularly like me getting accolades because we're in competition with one another.
Yeah. So let me clarify, Mike. See, just I want to make sure that your response is accurate to the circumstance. So I was in operations; they were in sales. So I was higher up than them just because of my role, but they didn't report to me. You see, like they didn't have to do what I tell them to do per se, but I was higher up over in the company. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
I mean, like that's what I mean. You may not even see it, and you may not see it in areas where there are very few black men. If you're what do you call it? If you're like a interest for them, but let's say you ain't got no girl, shit. Even if you got a girl, if a few of them interested in you, right? Like you'll get that dynamic too. But there are situations where if it's somebody that you're competing with a job or something like that, you'll start to see that competitive aspect show itself. I also don't see it with women that are old. I was an administrator in a hospital. Like the older nurses, they don't compete with it. Like they love, the young black dudes. They'll do all that, but they're more like the mommy type, right? So I think that I could definitely understand when somebody says they don't see it, but because I've worked with women throughout my entire postgraduate career, it is 100% a thing, and unfortunately, it's the most prevalent among certain types of women.
Straight trigger.
I think we should. Oh, my
I
fault. Go
want
ahead,
to
Aaron.
just make a distinction, though. I don't think it's necessarily born from being in a space where you're a competitor, so much as it is if they perceive you as a competitor. Because you can be in direct competition with you, but they don't acknowledge or accept you as competition for one reason or another. You're not going to see it. Or you may be way above them, but they think they can compete with you and you'll see it. And it's like, you're not even up here, right? So it's not the actual competition, it's what they perceive you to be.
And I would agree with that. The only part that I would say is that it's dynamic, because right now the issue is like I'm a high achieving black male, but the issue is that I don't compete with them. I'm here to decimate everybody: white, black, Vietnamese, Chinese, right? So the issue is like this is what happens when you're a male. I'm not only just a black male. I'm one of only 2 males in upper administration, and there are 9 females, right? So the issue is that when my advancement starts to rub them the wrong way in ways that cannot overtake me, they cannot overtake me in the charisma area. You know how people respond to men versus how they respond to women. So when I'm able to problem solve in ways that they can't, I'm about to get undercut, right? They had to stop giving me the Employee of the Month award, whatever it's called, the monthly award. Hold on. Let me, just so y'all don't think I'm lying, I'm gonna cover this shit up. I got this shit every month in a row, for 5 months in a row, and the women complain, right? Because they couldn't beat me in a certain metric. You see what I'm saying? So that's when they start to get upset and start undercutting you. And it's a certain type of woman that will do that. And unfortunately, too many of them look like us. Like I got a bunch of them shits back there.
The fix is you spoke to the fix earlier. You said when they celebrate their accolade in a way that's both like they weaponize their celebrations, right? That's the time where you lean into celebrating with them.
I get what you're saying. Like that would be what's beneficial. That would be what's beneficial. But Aaron, what I'm saying is like I told you we don't compete with them. Here's how I know we don't compete with them. Any woman, especially a black woman, that comes to me in earnest and acknowledges my abilities and say, what's the natural thing we do with each other? Hey, bro, I see you getting it out here. I'm trying to be like you. Can you help me be like you? That's something our women don't have. They are likely to get jealous and want to undercut you in a way rather than collaborate with you to get some of what you got rubbed off on them. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I mean. That contention is they're less likely to be like, hey, teach me something. But because they think they're smarter than us, they won't ask that.
Right. Yeah. Which is why it's incumbent upon you as the big fish to go to them and say, hey, great job there.
Dude, so you think that the women black women are more likely to undercut us?
Hell
more likely than who?
Well, did you really mean undercut?
No,
or
so
undermine?
You know what, hold on, I don't want to overspeak. You know what I believe it is? It's weird because it's that adversarial component that I'm talking about. They created that atmosphere by berating us for their own achievement. So now if I achieve more than them, it's almost like it makes them look bad.
I know,
right?
but that's not well, but that's what I'm trying to understand, right? And again, I'm speaking anecdotally, right? So I can understand if it's dismissed. So when I'm doing sales as an example, or if my wife is out at a networking event, all the black women, because it's women that are largely in these offices, the black women, they send us leads instantly. They network with us instantly. Like you said, the older black woman, that's the front desk person, instantly. Hey, I'll give your cards to all the sales directors and the executive instantly. So that's why I'm just trying to reconcile it, because this is like sales stuff. So it's you don't know each other. I don't have any particular influence. I'm selling a service. You don't even get a kickback. I might drop off bottles of wine, stuff like that. But generally speaking, they see me, they see my wife, it's family owned. Instantly, they try to make it happen.
You know what? Can I even give credence to what you're saying real quick? I will have you know that that's the same exact person. The same exact person doing that shit to you can undercut you if you somehow become their competition. So I believe that's the same person that's doing it.
I think they do it. I think the reason that they doing that to you, HAMP, is because of the racist trope that I'm gonna help the black man before I help them. But if it's all black men there, or all black people there, that's when you get undercut.
I know, but I guess my simple question is, in what, when, where does that even exist, right? So as an example, in
Go ahead. No, go
DC,
ahead.
right? So just like in DC, everybody's black, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there is, if it's not me being elected to do the move, the company next to me is another black man that's selling moving services too, and he gets elected.
Yeah. See, Big said answered it. I was your wife. That's the thing. Your
No,
wife
no,
is
it's not. This isn't an absolute thing at all. So I'll go, or she'll go, or we'll both go. But make no mistake, when I walk in a room with 100 women, I'm doing the talking.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that, HAMP. That's you misconstruing where I guess we're both trying to tell you. Your association is your wife, right?
No, it's not.
So,
but it's not though.
Well, let me
Right.
finish.
Okay.
Okay. So you're, even if you guys may be independent of one another, they still know that you are together. So you get well, am I wrong, or did I hear you wrong?
Yeah. Because what I know exactly what it is, and what it is dwarfs. Like you wouldn't even see it. What it is it's a sun. You put a light bulb in front of a sun, talking about this light bulb is contributing light. No. What it is HAMP had you and Trigger Mike talked about how women celebrate in an adversarial manner, or their celebration of their accolades can create an adversarial tone to the environment. That was new news to HAMP. In his world, that doesn't exist, which means when those kinds of environments arise, he's not going to respond to them, especially in a way that is counter to it or combative with it. If anything, if somebody's celebrating an accolade, he's probably going to lean into that and celebrate the accolade, which is what I was saying is going to annihilate the problem right there. They are already buying into him. They feel value. They feel valuable, right? And that's why they're going to give him consideration first, because he's the one that sees value in him.
Yeah, but we're
It's
talking
the
about
nice guy versus the bad boy paradigm, I think.
No, I'm talking about, that's why I said there's whether they perceive you as competition, not whether you're actually competition. They don't perceive him.
Go ahead.
But hold on, let me. Yeah, so this is what I'm saying. So, Aaron, are you speaking to the first situation when he was working in corporate, or are you talking about the business situation, or both?
I'm talking about the way, all of it.
So no, this is what I'm saying. So it's different dynamics. So what my thing was, and I'm sorry we got to go back to it, but everybody was trying to say what they had to say. So even though you weren't in competition with him, like you said, you were over. So the camaraderie wasn't necessarily actual true camaraderie. Is that you were useful. You had a level of knowledge. You had a level of prestige. You had a level of place at the stature at the company, as to where you're always going to be useful. Whether even if it's not in sales, operations is still what. I mean, the way everything's going to go and who's going to get this and what's going to be allotted and where things are going to go and end up. Correct?
Yeah, I got. Just let me give you this piece of information, right? So, the resource that we sold is time and people, right? Because it's moving, and so there'll be a lot of times where they had to come ask me a question that they probably know they was gonna get a no from. So I didn't really have a lot of wiggle. So if I need 3 guys for the job and I only got 2, and they say, "Oh, you could probably do it with 2," I ain't doing it because I already know what that means. You see, so it would be a lot of that from me. But if I can help them or support them, but I always be like, "Well, maybe we can do it here, here, and here, right? If you can get it allocated, we can get it done for you." But they would get a lot of no's from me. You see, that's the dynamic. We almost in constant because they'll be booking shit, and I got to figure out how to make it work. You know,
Well, still,
in all parts of the country, essentially. So it'll be a
Yeah.
lot of back and
Let me
forth.
say
You
this
see,
part two before I forget. Let me say this part two. Sorry, because I think that just before we get all too
Hey,
off
what
the
part about what Trigger Mike? Fantastic was trying to.
the original question talked about education.
Definitely, since I waited for this nigga to get his whole shit out.
But I want to. Somebody talked about education and how they use that education against us.
Trigger right. You got a poor interjection right now because you're not even responding to what we're talking about.
All right, go ahead. My bad.
Just keep reciting it in your head so you don't forget.
Yeah, so
play football.
So even though now that's even better. The way you still work now, Hamp, you granted access or you made it possible and you showed them the things they needed to do in order to make it possible if it was out of the scope. So still they came to you. You were even though not an authoritative figure, you were like a guide or the person that's to know to where they needed to do to get accomplished what they want to get accomplished. Now to the second part, the business aspect of it, I say, yeah, even said it in the membership message. Having an affiliation with a black woman, especially a black wife, gives you a level of camaraderie, gives you a level of trust, gives you a level of access, and it gives you a different level of treatment because hey, he's married to a black woman. And then furthermore, like I said, I'm not saying it's moot, but then like I say that environment that's a highly black, predominantly black environment is kind of going to be a different outcome, because like you said, if you're dealing with black people regardless, you feel what I'm saying? It really doesn't benefit them as much or whatever. Let's say this, right? If there was a woman's moving company, which we know that's going to be highly, highly unlikely, right? Versus the man, that would probably be the thing you would need to be able to test the waters. You feel me? Because it's just so predominantly black as to where even whether it's you or any other man, like you said, more likely than not, is going to be a black person doing it.
Yeah, in a predominantly
what
black
everybody
environment. Yeah.
hitting on is usefulness. It seems like depending on how useful you are to the women, the better they treat you. So like you could be great at what you do in the workplace and you could help out a little bit, but if a woman comes to you and you're not readily offering your service or your help, there's where the undercutting comes in, especially if you're good at your job, because I feel like in the workplace when men are, there are a lot of men that they get focused to their craft and they get real good, and then people depend on them, especially women. So it's like if you get into a position where you're very good at what you do in the workplace and the women feel like they can't come to you and use you, they will undercut you. If you telling them to do it on your own, or if you're telling them that can you figure it out, or you just those little things right there, will rub them the wrong way, and that can lead to an uncomfortable circumstance.
No, I think I understand it. I just think that a lot of that is because Robo said it, Mike kind of hinted at it, Mr. Fantastic, but that would be speculative, right? Because what we're assessing is treatment.
Yeah.
Right. So if I'm not being treated in a disparate way or unfairly, right, and they're treating me with kindness, they come to me for answers, right? They'll even do things for me. I'm like, listen, if you can get this client to move that job to Friday, I'll get you the best 3 guys and it'll go much more smoothly, right? In which case they'll work to do those things for me as well. You see, so I can make sure that everything's copacetic in this region that does, $5 million a month, right? So there's a lot of give and take. We're looking at transaction as though that's not the way of the world.
And it's transaction, which I think y'all were talking about, but there's also perception. Men and women live in 2 different worlds. All right. And what I think that's why I was like, I see now I agree with y'all because I see the area in which y'all talking about, and Robo called it usefulness. Now there's another area called perception. A woman can undercut you if she perceives what you're doing as a threat to her, or she doesn't believe you were the best person for the opportunity. And that's what keeps happening to me. I don't have a PhD. All right. I work with all PhDs in my higher education job and in my consulting gig. I'm top dog. All right. I have the most experience, right? But women think that education equals experience. So when I get picked for the new project and that project got a $50,000 whatever on it, they like, ooh, we want this project, but Mike's gonna lead it. Everybody's like, but I'm a PhD. Mike doesn't have a PhD. No, Mike got the most experience. They don't understand that experience means more than education. So they perceive that maybe I got that opportunity because I'm a man. Maybe I got that opportunity because they do not live in the same world that we do. I got the most time on project, right? On that particular subject area, I'm the subject matter expert, but because I don't have PhD behind my name and all of them do, they secretly hate me now. That's what I go through, right? I spend my entire life on certification and experience. Just like Robbo was saying, he probably had the most time on job, but a woman especially, will come in with an education and believe she's supposed to be over him simply because she got some credentials on her name. That perception thing is really what I'm talking about. They will perceive you're inadequate or you're not as good as them because they got more credentials behind their name and not more experience.
I think it's just poor appraisal. A credential, you see it. You hang it on the wall, plaque, degree. Time on the job, it's intangible. It's really just about image. I'm Dr. So-and-so. Yeah, I've been here for 100 years. The image of Dr. So-and-so. That's what it is.
Yeah. And you know what, right? Because I'm just want to make sure I'm being fair as we converse. It could be, right, because what we do is male-centric too, right? Like we pick stuff up and put it down, you know? And generally speaking, I think I look the part too, right? So even if it is all women there, even if it is all black women there, right, they still probably assume that I can do it, right? Because as opposed to hiring my guys, I can also go out and do it myself. And they've seen me do different jobs, or we got referrals and such. So the dynamics are there for it to be conducive, you know? But I'm just trying to duplicate what you guys are saying in my head, and it's slightly difficult to do. Even at Capital One, where it's not a whole bunch of black people in the corporate office, if we're moving Quicksilver cashback card upstairs or across the street, you know, it's usually administrators that are black women. And I'm like, listen, I need you guys to get this done. This has to go smooth. And they would make an effort to get it done timely, you know? And I saw a difference when I was dealing with the white administrators, the women. You know, they would kind of halfway do it and shit like that. And like, oh, well, you guys can figure it. No, I can't figure out the seats. You know, you guys need to allocate these seats. But the black women specifically, in that anecdotal experience, upwards of 20 of them, though, from Plano, Texas to Las Vegas to McLean, Virginia, you know what I'm saying, to Richmond, Virginia, they were more helpful in those particular situations.
That's because you created the perception that they are valuable and they cannot afford to have that value be diminished. So when you ask them to do something, they're invested in maintaining that.
Okay.
Because you're experiencing you from the gate was never adversarial. It was always in, I see you as a valuable person.
Yeah, I'll literally be like, I need you.
I think
Come on
him
now. Right.
You know,
there you go. And did you say good job when it was done, or congratulations, or that's dope that you have this degree? Did you lean into the accolade? Right. Now they feel validated.
You know how I can make it. You know how I can make it make sense.
Or UT was trying to talk.
Go ahead, UT. My fault.
But I think that still come into the especially in that situation specifically, it's like the black dynamic that we on team now. Oh, you my nigga. I think that's a lot of that got to do with a lot of that too. Because now what you were saying with the white lady, like, well, you know, that white lady, she ain't doing it, but I know you got my back type of shit. You know what I'm saying? I think that plays into it too. Not saying that's all it is, but I think that plays into it.
There's a counselor for that.
Let me try to make this make sense. Black women started treating black men the way black men historically had said everybody else was treating them.
That's the counselor.
That's the problem.
Liberties.
You can do good. They don't give a damn about doing good. They even help you do good. Just don't do better than them, especially if they believe they got more credentials than you. That is the problem. They expect us to be in whatever mode of operation we're supposed to be in, especially if it's beneficial to them. If we are their boss, but somehow they benefiting and they get to call us and get the days off they want, and I got him wrapped around my finger, you get no smoke from them. It's when they can't benefit from you that you will see the worst, and they start treating you like the world treating you when they were supposed to be your biggest ally. That's the way I can make that make sense.
No, that doesn't.
I never
You stirred
really
the pot. That you can be better. What you say, Hank?
No, I was just thinking again. I mean, y'all, if I need to stop being focused on the anecdotal experience, y'all tell me to shut up.
No, I think it's the perfect canvas to learn from. So, Mike, when you said when you get better than them, that's when things get shaky. I don't think that's the case. What you can be better than them. In fact, it's probably more advantageous to be.
No,
because
you got to remember the part when you're better than them and they can't benefit from you.
Useful.
Yeah, when you're better than them and they can't use you.
So then how can I, like, I wish I can call a couple of them, right, that used to work for, but I'm not, like, I'm pretty heavy-handed in the workplace, you know. But if there's an opportunity, then I'll tell my people to go home. Like if the job is done, because they salaried, you know, the managers. I'm like, y'all go home. All the trucks is back. Everything's good. Everybody go home. I'll get a call from, you know, the COO. Hey, so everybody left. Trucks is back. Warehouse clean. Office is clean. It's Friday, 2:00. Go ahead. I said they get paid for production, not time. Because when I call them tomorrow and we got a last minute job, guess who's gonna be there? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But we would be there all fucking night, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Everybody on the truck until the truck come back too. Women, men, don't matter if you in charge, you know? So I just didn't see, like, when they didn't reap a benefit, then they turned on me type shit.
You know what'll help you see this? When a black man is married to a white woman. That's when you'll see shit like that. That's like, this community can't benefit from this prominent black dude.
Agree. Cool,
and
man.
that's how they trash his ass in the media.
No, Mike,
I tried him too.
Mike, you got
I
it
have
all
a
wrong.
question, Ham. Are you like the sole owner and you control all of the operations in your trucking business, or do you answer to somebody? Like,
What am I?
yeah, at the job that you're speaking of, like, were you the
Back then?
main go-to guy, basically?
Yeah, I was a main go-to, but there was a C-suite and everything. It was a large corporation.
Because I was going to say, it might be the fact that you have good management skills in these environments where women are undercutting men happen to be environments where the management is not so great. Do you see what I'm saying?
I
So
understand.
it sounds like you were a good, like, manager, and you actually, you know, held people to a standard and accountable. And unfortunately, in a lot of industries, that's not what's going on. A lot of people are getting away with basically murder on a job. So that gives the wiggle room for women to undercut and do certain things and not get held accountable. You see what I'm saying? And it's not just women either. That is for men as well, you know.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
you're
I don't
saying that
think-
that
I think
environment breeds
he's-
bullshit. Okay.
I think he's in a male-dominated space. That's the difference. I work in female-dominated spaces, healthcare and education. He works in a male-dominated space. That's the difference here. They got to listen to you because in a male-dominated space, you will see probably the worst that could come out in all female-dominated spaces. That's the distinction that I'm making.
That's why you're contradicting yourself, because you said a woman will respect you if she's convinced that you are of utility to her. Now you're saying she has no choice because she's depending on you. because of
No,
the
no, no.
environment.
I don't think it's contradictory at all. What I'm saying is like both things can be true. Like the treatment he's getting, he hasn't seen this at all. What is because he's in a male dominated space.
No.
What I'm saying is the large majority of the operational staff are men. The large majority of people they need to do the job so those women can get paid because they're usually an admin, correct?
Who?
Yes, but no, they're in sales.
Are men. What I'm saying is when women are educated and of equal stature to you in a female dominated space and you're a male in their space, whether I be education, higher education, healthcare, you start to see these type of behaviors because we are the same rather than like they are also a hefty part.
No, but Mike, but what you're doing is justifying why you get treated as such.
Right.
You're literally saying the reason is reason why people
I'm saying.
But so this is what it sounds like, right? So because they are the minority there, does that mean that the men are doing what the women are doing on the other side?
No, it's not a behavior of men. We don't compete with women. Y'all gotta follow me. Follow me. We don't compete with them. We don't do that.
I'm not saying compete. Do we think women are lesser than?
No.
Do we think they're
depending on the industry, but again, it's not the thinking, it's not the thought, HAMP, it's the promotion, it's the public promotion. That's the difference. So even though hey, she may not be as good at the job as me, there's not this thing to where, I'm just better than her and all these different songs, because for one, it's not socially acceptable and you could lose your fucking job, right? On the other hand, black women specifically, are able to always do this superiority thing and that they're better than you and not in a boo-boo nigga shit to where it's constantly happened. There's never been, can you even think of something, HAMP, to where a black man would go on by and say, we make more money than y'all off the rip other than anything in the response? No, niggas not talking about how much money they make unless it's black women lying saying they make more money. Niggas don't talk about motherfucking education because we don't do it. And they don't turn around and say, look, you dumb bitch, we making much more money in the trades and we don't have the student day. We don't do any of that shit. So that what happens though, HAMP, they claim that we're in competition by simply debunking and stopping this their constant fucking again putting this shit out to the world, disrespecting black men. And once you finally start countering, you niggas in competition. No, I'm not, you stupid bitch. I'm telling the truth.
No.
Okay.
Yes, you are. When the moment you countered, put yourself in a contentious position.
Okay, so Aaron,
that's you like saying you get to slap me and I don't defend myself. I didn't start that.
No, but see, no, wait, whoa, stop. She didn't slap you.
Yes, she did.
That's the point, Aaron. They love slapping niggas. That's the point.
Mike. You gotta let me finish the thought here, because when I was headed somewhere, you got it all wrong, bro. It's all about the woman's perception, especially look at HAMP's situation. You said that a woman bases how she's going to treat you on the level of utility you present to her. And what I'm saying is that can be usurped if you make her feel as though she's not valuable. No. If you do and say, stop, Mike, you got to listen. If you do and say things that offend her sense of her own value or that put her image into jeopardy, right? Like you start to do things that don't paint her in a good light, you're undoing the very thing that got them that degree and that prefix on their name.
Okay, Aaron.
Increase the image.
Now, doing exactly what they do.
I'm going somewhere.
Aaron, you're doing exactly.
Mike, you're gonna get it wrong because you don't have the linchpin. It's coming.
Explaining from the woman's point of view.
No, hold on. You're explaining from the woman's point of view, Aaron. You just
hold on.
Hold on, Aaron. Hold on.
No, stop. It has to be from the woman's point of view because we're talking about.
Aaron, hold on. Look what you just did to me.
We're addressing women's behavior.
Look what you just did to me, though.
Why they behave that way from their lens.
Hold on.
Why doesn't matter?
Hold on. Look what you just did to me, Aaron.
They're the ones behaving.
Look what you just did to me.
Y'all, hold on a second. As Abe with the $2 says, are y'all talking about black women or white women? Majority on the panel. I'm talking about black women. I ain't talking
black
about white
women. Clearly.
As A with the title says, Join the Truth, Black Feminists in the 1800s. As A with the $5 says, listen, most of all women with a tinge of color claim they are Black women, exclamation point. The abortion number is skewed heavily. They are not all African-American Black women that y'all talk about.
Oh my fucking God, bro.
Man.
As A with the $5 says, these are why K. Michelle had tears. This talk from Trigger Mike is unacceptable because he talks about Black men also.
I can't wait for them to put you in that abusive nursing home. God damn.
P been a member for 17 months. Thank you, my G. Black Dawn with the $5. Huh?
My bad. I'm
Black Dawn with the $5 says, Robo, quote, I just got this construction job, end quote. Did you say you ran your own business when you were arguing with Aaron a while ago? Respond to this, Robo.
Yeah, I don't remember arguing with Aaron about owning my own business, but yes, I do. I have a YouTube channel. I have music, right? And I'm working on owning my music and starting a label.
Word. Big Sad was popping, been a member for 15 months. You and your wife, because your wife is with you. Yeah, no, I understand the point, and maybe how I said it. This was the assumption that was drawn. We can be separate a lot of the times, right? You got to cover more ground. So, and on the business card, it don't say husband and wife or anything like that. But there's a level of cross contamination with the networking. So, catch your drift. What were y'all arguing? Go ahead. If y'all want it, sorry, 1 second, Ms. Fantastic. We've been going for about 3.5 hours. I apologize. I think the conversation is interesting to me, but if y'all want to extend the show, $60 to the Cash App, so we can do so. Go ahead.
Yeah. So
he was talking to me real quick, Fantastic. So I gotta respond. Yeah. Aaron, you just did to me what they do. You assume that I've done anything wrong in the goddamn situation. I have never done anything wrong to any of these women. I'm a true professional, bro. I have never used anybody's credentials against them. I literally run my own race. What I'm telling you, hold on. Yes, you did. No, the reason why we're calling this behavior out is because you've done nothing wrong as a man, and this can happen to you. That's why I'm calling out. You're saying that I have to be of value and don't talk down to them. I ain't talking down to nobody. And
Mike, I didn't say that. I said if a woman predicates how she treats you on how valuable you are to her, I said that can be usurped by compromising or jeopardizing her image or sense of value.
And it basically implied that I did that shit. No, I don't do that.
We're not implying. I said if this were to occur, it would undo what you're saying. I'm not attacking you. I'm attacking a point you made.
Yeah. Now, Aaron, to that point, Aaron, that's the point. Fuck how they feel. I don't give a fuck how she feels. Okay. I'm not gonna let her. Let me finish. I'm not going to let her lie on me. I'm not going to let her denigrate me publicly and sit back like a bitch and say nothing. So if my telling the truth unravels her fake fucking perception of herself, so be it and so needed. That's the problem.
Aaron,
that's the fucking problem.
Aaron, let me finish the sentence because I know you're a philosophical guy. Finish the sentence for me. Your reputation is everything. What's the end of that sentence? Protected with what?
Your life.
Your life. Your reputation is everything. Protected with your life. So you're telling me just because a black woman start disrespecting me that I'm not supposed to say nothing? I will protect my reputation against any
Let me correct you. You asked me a question. No, that's not what I'm saying. I never said that. When I came in here, I said I can see the adversarial behavior, but it doesn't hit me. At hello, it dissipates. No, I'm never, ever going to advocate to just let women disrespect you. I understand how to slip the punch before they throw it. And that's what I'm trying to get you to understand by understanding their perspective and what moves them, what galvanizes them to treat people the way they do. And if you can get, See, this is the thing. You get real attached to points and don't even let the plane land. You can't possibly have any contextual understanding of what I'm saying, and then you want to respond with things that aren't.
Make it more simple, then, Aaron. You try to make it so difficult to understand you instead of you just keeping it simple so we can understand.
No, I'm being very linear.
No, I'm understanding what you're saying.
I
but
understand
it's
what
like,
Aaron's saying.
I think contextually it's not you haven't put it in context that really applies to this, or you don't understand what we're really saying. Because the implication that we've done anything wrong is exactly what the women do. Well, in order for women to be behaving that way, you would have had to have done something. No, we did nothing wrong. Our achievement in the face of their lack of achievement is an assault to them.
No, you're adding
Aaron
that.
isn't attacking you, Trigger.
Our
He
gaining
just-
of opportunity in certain ways, if it doesn't offer them an opportunity, is an assault to them. That's what we're saying.
No,
Aaron isn't saying he's
I
agreeing
think
with the
you're
woman.
projecting.
He's just explaining the situation. That
Yeah,
y'all
what
are
was it-
taking it like he's
what was the
explaining
original
it, and y'all
question?
are taking it like he agree with the women.
Right, exactly. What was the original question?
Have you seen these behaviors in the earth as they leverage their accomplishments over you or treat you poorly?
What does that have to do with you doing anything disrespectful to them?
Yeah, but that wasn't the one you responding to, Aaron, wasn't that question. It was a latter question we had expounded to as to how and why we end up in this place to where they're saying things negative and then you respond to it.
No, you're wrong. Let me make the connection, because it's a reason why I went back to that. They behave that way, right? They leverage their education because it's based in the way they interpret the way the world sees them. It has nothing to do with
He's
us.
not saying y'all wrong.
You have to see, we do it again. See, I'm being
No,
linear.
go ahead. I'm
Nobody
agreeing with
said
you,
it.
Aaron. I know what you're saying.
I thought it was you. I thought it was you. It was Robo.
That was an
Robo was just saying he agreed. Yeah, no, Robo interjected, but he just saying I agree with what Aaron said.
Yeah, I picked it up.
Aaron,
my bad.
That's where we have a fundamental. I listen to everything you said, but I don't want you to think I'm like not listening, trying to respond. But I actually have a fundamental disagreement. You're saying that that's the reason why they're doing it. I believe they are doing the traditional radical feminist trope in which they cannot make themselves look strong and capable without making us look weak and inept.
Yes.
That's why I believe they're doing it. They cannot make statements on their own about their strength without putting a man down first. That is a radical feminist behavior, and they practice it in the professional workplace. That's why
they can, and it happens. You just have to.
It's not an all. You're right. It's not an all, but it's too many. It's too many.
Okay, I'm not going to fight you there, but what I'm saying is I understand the difference and what causes them.
Yeah, but
what I'm saying is,
so no, just real quick. So still, the issue and the problem is unique to the Black experience, right? And unique to Black people is that they've made it standard. If a white woman does this, quote unquote, Tommy Lauren, remember Tommy Lauren? It was like a year ago or 2 years ago, jumped out here and said some wild, crazy shit. Them white boys was on her ass and she had to fucking issue a public apology within 24 hours. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Asian women never do it. Arab women never do it. Women of other cultures never dare do it in the first place. But even the almighty white woman that they hold to the standard, right? Miss Ann syndrome like a motherfucker. If that white woman gets too out of line and gets too out of pocket talking crazy about white men, they on her ass, okay? And the pressures of it, you know what I mean, forces her to fucking pretty much humble herself publicly. Just as she disrespects publicly. It's not a bad analogy.
It is.
The problem with the Black man, we have not, and we've shut the fuck up for too long. And because if you say anything about it, you're going against Black women and you're shaming and you're doing all this other fucking bullshit. Now they're comfortable in doing it, and then there's not enough backlash. Too many is not enough niggas with motherfucking unsnipped nuts to come out here and be like, hold on, who the fuck you think you talking to and why are you saying this? Why is this false? Go ahead.
And then you had other men that back them up with their bullshit.
The original question was, have we ourselves encountered this behavior? Tommy Lauren got checked because it was more than just the individual that her speech impacted. I'm having a conversation not representing men. I'm representing me. And what I'm saying is, if a woman says something about her accolades in a way that puts men down. It doesn't offend me, and I'm not going to address it because it's probably wrong, which means it needs to be corrected, and I have to figure out how to make that correction. And how to make the correction is not to just bludgeon the correction in place with the person. Not if you really want the correction to be successful. You got to do it in a way that it's going to be received.
Well, then why? But you don't do that with. But no. What? Because that's hypocritical because you don't do that on the other side. You just say whatever you want to on the other side.
Exactly. What other side?
When you talking to men, you just blatantly.
It's not hypocritical. It's not hypocritical.
Yes, it is because you saying that for the person to receive it.
Right now,
no, Aaron, you're not gonna do that. For the person to receive it, you're gonna say it in the way they able to receive it, right? So that means you need to talk to everybody that way. Why would you just do that? But you know that we can receive it. They should be able to receive it too.
I will punch a man in his grill. I'm not going to hit a one. Like, so it's not, you have to approach.
See what I'm saying? Right now. Aaron, you don't understand what you just did right there.
You just made his point, Aaron. So all this we're saying. So Aaron, you literally just made his point. This is what we're saying, Aaron, right? Especially even if a man does something amongst each other, which could be disrespectful, but unintentional, could end up in fisticuffs. We agree, correct? Fuck everybody in the club, all right? Fuck everybody in the club. You in earshot. He ain't talking to you. He mad, but fuck everybody in the club. You having a bad day too, nigga. Oh, well, I'm in the club, so now, like you said, now you missing some teeth, right? All right.
Why?
Okay, is because it was said in disrespect, even though not directly to you. And then as a man, it is expected for that to be, and we're not saying you wrong. We understand that. We're agreeing with you, Aaron, that, hey, if a nigga get punched in the mouth, he probably did something to get punched in the mouth. Now, not saying you should transfer over punching a woman in the mouth, but again, a level of aggression and correction without regards of her feelings about it. Oh, you're going to be all kinds of bitches and hoes. Who the fuck you think you're talking to?
Now watch this. You just said it and you didn't even know you said it. The reason why the man get punched in the face is because there's a greater threat, right? If he does something disrespectful, if his next move is elevated, it's going to have a greater impact than a woman's would, correct?
No,
not necessarily. Not in today's
if a man says SMD and then he punch and his next move is to punch me, and a woman's is the same, you're telling me that I'm in a similar state of jeopardy?
Yeah, you add no, we agree there, Aaron, but you add
right. That's so having said that. All right, so now that you understand that, right, there's a different way you approach both individuals. I understand a man has a pre-existing hardness already to him that I have to deal with before I can impart information on him.
I think this has to do
you
with
don't. That's not true.
No, if you're dealing with a woman that's being feminine,
with a woman,
there's no need
that
for
hardness
you to get aggressive.
isn't there. And you know how I know? Because we say it all the time. Men respect one another under the understanding that there is always going to exist a low level a threat.
Oh, violence, yeah.
Right. So they already trying to understand you from the get-go then. The woman is not trying to understand you. So they will hold on, Aaron.
Let me
you keep on over talking folks, bro.
I'm in the middle of
the woman would already you saying that the man, when he come in there, he already looking at the danger. He know it's danger that if me and you talking is danger. So
that's not what I'm saying.
Oh man, all right. Yeah,
Aaron is saying he responds to women and men differently. What I'm saying, what I believe is that you don't have to come out and just hit a female or just start cussing her out. Everything has a deserved reaction. If you can correct a woman in a way that's not aggressive, right? If she's calling you all kinds of bitch ass niggas and you a pussy, then maybe you might respond with, "Oh, you stupid bitch," da 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 da. But it all has to do with situational. I think that's what we're talking about here. It has to do with situational.
No, what I'm saying is I approach men differently than women in my thought process. Man, we agree there's a low level of there's a threat, a low level threat of violence that exists between men. Can you agree to that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Danger or low. I said danger. I just used danger instead of what the low level of threat.
Aaron, let me tell you where we do agree, because I'm not trying to beat this point down with a dead horse. We talked about perception, and I think I want to stay on that, because we're assuming everybody goes by the same perception. That perception can't be misconstrued with men. You say something wrong to the wrong man, you likely gonna get punched in the fucking mouth. And if you didn't know before, you're gonna know after you leak it on the floor, right? So the perception isn't us. Like we mess up when we try to establish the rules that are established between us. It doesn't transfer to them. So if we aren't getting the same amount of act right from them, it's because their perception is off. And I think their lack of understanding for like the levels of respect among men, it's not always our fault. That's my point.
Yes.
The dad that left them, the dad that left them, the person that abused them, whatever, it has messed up their perception of how all black men should be treated. And we all pay for the mistakes of those niggas. And it's not fair. Because check this out, Aaron. Hold on. Check this out. This is why I don't deserve to be treated like that. Where does all my provision go? It goes to my black wife, my child, but they got to know that shit about me first, right? Before they start. That's why that dude who put that reel out about the hierarchy of respect in the black community, it's fucked up. It's older black women, black children, old black men, something, then black men. That shit was spot fucking on. This is how I treat my hierarchy. In the hierarchy, I'm at the fucking top. Because when I'm at the top, everything gets rained down. Grace gets rained down appropriately. They have a fucking problem of their perception of respect. I have never done anything to disrespect any woman in the professional world. I've never done it in my life, right?
Okay.
So they don't emulate that behavior because of the things that they've been through in their lives, right? So where it's like, now it's like, I got to do all this shit to earn respect. Absolutely not. I give the same energy to everybody, and I expect that energy in return, and I will not tolerate it from them. If they are trying to downplay my accomplishments because they believe their accomplishments are better, I'm not tolerating that shit. Like that's what I'm saying. Their perception is why this shit is fucked up.
You experienced that?
I've experienced it.
Wait a minute. You said you see it, but it doesn't happen to you.
No. I said I've experienced it professionally, to where like I'm just like you, where you say you see it, but you don't let it affect you.
No. That's not what I said. I said I see it coming. I said by the time it gets to me, it dissipates. It's not anything.
So basically, put it to you like this. Where I don't let it affect me is that I don't, and especially in the workplace, I already got the opportunity. When I put myself in for a project and I get awarded the project and everybody got to work under me, I don't argue with them about why I got it. The reason I try to explain this to death is because what I'm trying to get y'all to understand is that men are valued by what we do. Women believe their same value is in what they know. But we know the way the world works. What's more important? Did you learn about something in school, or can you actually get the shit done in real life? So that's where I see them start to try to undercut and play down our accomplishments, because what we've done matters to the world than what they know. They believe their degrees stacked up on each other puts them in a competition with men, and it doesn't.
I agree. And here's what happens. You now have you're on the high road now. You understand this faux pas that's happening. She doesn't, right? You also are the valuable entity. Correct? So why would a shark give a fuck about what a minnow thinks about the shark's accolades? The shark needs to make a correction, and it doesn't require eating the damn minnow. It's like, hey, minnow, listen, let me explain something to you. Right? Congratulations on what you've done. Great. As a matter of fact, that's going to be an asset to the both of us because we're going to work together here. But here's what I do, right? And I'm very good at it. I can assume you're good at it because you got a degree in it. So there's going to be a time where I'm going to need to lean on your expertise, right? You're good at what you do. I'm good at everything else in this motherfucker. And you're not going to be able to challenge it because you're going to see it. So when I come to you about your field of expertise, I'm going to humble myself. I would better, because I need to extract all the information out of you I can get. And I don't need an ego for that. I want to butter you up so that you give it to me.
All right, so now, Aaron,
we're getting lost.
hold on, Robo, hold on. So now, Aaron, this is gonna be the linchpin you was talking about earlier. Or I guess not the linchpin, but I guess like the bomb in the grenade in the room. So why they don't do this with white men?
I don't give a shit.
They do.
Hold on. No, that's not the question I asked you. No, it's not about you not
white
giving
men
it.
been fired for.
Hold on, brother. That's not the question I asked you.
Why? I would speculate because I would speculate this because, like you said, we have a familiarity, a tribal connection that breeds a camaraderie. I believe on the other side of that, it also comes with an emboldened will to exercise liberties. The same comfort. You're going to be familial.
That means that we're supposed to be getting treated like the white man he's talking about, Aaron. Yeah. If we have this camaraderie, we're supposed to be getting treated by black women better than white men do.
Yeah. Do you know what I said? No, I'm talking about liberties.
If they actually viewed us as their companion, as their brothers, if they actually viewed us that way, that's why I said they're treating us like everybody else treats us. Yes. We know how that shit feels. They're the second they get education, the second they believe the perception that we're talking about, the second they believe they have something over you, they treat you like everybody else does.
No,
if they actually thought that about us, we'd be getting the best treatment, not the worst.
I want to interject and say this is not just a black woman thing. White women do it too. Okay,
white men. The
white women are not. They're not no better than black women. No woman.
Mike, listen to the question. Woman thing. He said, "Why don't black women do it to white men?" What you're talking about is something else.
No, it's not. It's literally
why don't white women?
I didn't ask about white women. I asked about black women.
They do it too.
Why don't black women do what to white men?
What they do to us?
White women turn little boys into girls.
Let me say it. Hold on. Use their accomplishments to make themselves superior to white men.
To make themselves superior?
Yes.
Or to present themselves as superior. They can't make themselves.
You're correct. Present themselves as being superior. Why?
Because, like saying they feel a sense of camaraderie with us, they feel as though they can take liberties with us. They feel superior to them. They just don't express it because that's a liberty that they're comfortable with taking with us.
Superior to who?
Oh, we're talking about black women, right?
Yeah.
The world.
No, they're not superior. One thing they're not superior to white men. They worship
the belief. The belief.
Not even belief. They don't even believe they're superior to white men. They worship them.
That's what I'm trying
to tell you. They worship them. Even after they chop them up and put them in freezers, they shut the fuck up, Aaron. Aaron, there was a girl that got unalived and dismembered, Aaron. Dude was found guilty and everything.
You know
how we ain't hear nothing about that shit. We hear nothing about the case. We hear nothing about the situation. None at all.
Now, Mike, here's where you were right. They do that because they perceive a higher level of usefulness from them. But that doesn't mean that they don't think they're above them. As a matter of fact, what's below you is what's useful. It's called a slave. The problem is you got to convince this thing to do your bidding.
But the issue,
I don't know what Aaron talking about right now.
No. I get what he's talking about. The issue, Aaron, remember, this is why I asked you, where does my provision go? They're too far gone. They do not take the opportunity to give respect to the black men that have earned it. The reason him don't deal with it, the reason you don't deal with it, the reason I don't deal with it, any man on this panel, is because I don't tolerate that shit. I am at the highest level of the hierarchy of any woman I'm ever at. I'm the top, so I don't let them treat me as such. But you also said something that I want to respond to really quick. Why do we care, Aaron? Is because these women have custody of our black children, and they will unfortunately indoctrinate them with the same toxic knowledge and behavior habits that they have. That's why we have to give a fuck.
When I said care. All right, you're right. That's why do we feel a way about it, right? I'm concerned with it. It needs to be addressed, but I don't feel bad or attacked or, upset by their behavior.
Why though? Aaron, that's just you trying to play semantics. Don't play semantics. You know what we're talking about. You trying to play semantics.
I'm telling you, I'm trying to clarify what I'm saying. I'm not playing semantics. The word he used was care, which is the correct word. I'm validating what he's. UT, you said you don't understand what's going on.
So
Mike
you don't
said
feel
he
bad.
does.
So you
Let
don't
me have
feel
the
bad about them
Let
messing
me
up
have a
our black
conversation
kids.
with Mike because he understands me. You keep saying you don't know.
I'm asking
what
you.
we're
That's
talking
why I'm
about.
asking you a question now to understand you. So you don't feel bad about
Yo.
them messing up our black kids. That's what you're saying.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm. What are you talking about? I'm talking
That's
about
what you just
I'm talking about the
said.
average.
You
The average.
don't feel nothing about how they doing. So that means you don't care. You don't feel bad about how they doing our black kids.
Mike, did I say that?
No.
What did you say? What did you say, Aaron?
The adversarial behavior of black women does not bother me. I don't have an
Why?
emotional response to it. I don't. I care about it because it's detrimental to the community, and a correction is needed. But I'm not emotionally invested in it. It doesn't make my day any less of a good day. I'm having a blast.
Oh man, see,
He's over
that's
there.
what I'm saying. Like right there, and this is bad for the conversation because you are playing semantics this whole time. You trying to make it. You gonna make the conversation where you gonna be writing this because you just gonna change a word anytime we say something.
Mike, are you getting that? Or you understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying.
Oh,
It just
oh,
ain't
yeah,
making sense according to what we
So,
talking about.
what y'all pointed out is, I think I got it. We take too many liberties and we be too casual.
Informal. Yes.
And what happens is we too casual with them as well. And then we get these casual responses and assumptions happening.
Jack, Hamp, you're a genius. This is why you to go.
And I think that's what we see, right? And so we have a natural familiarity. And so how they come across, right? It even feels, and I'm saying feels more contentious because it's like it shouldn't be happening or we don't expect it. But make no mistake, these white women ain't changed. Shout out to Emmett Till. Shout out to Rosewood. The black women, I'm sorry. I'd rather work with 1,000 black women than these white women. 100%.
Man, you too good at this.
But I'm telling you, those things I think we misconstrue them, right? Or not misconstrue, but it's like we emphasize, right? And they're easily seen because we're not expecting it to happen. And I'm not saying it should happen. It should not happen, right? We should actually have more respect for each other, especially because it's not that many of us as we climb.
Yes.
It should not be adversarial.
Correct.
But that's what I'm saying. But it's we saying we. I think we say we too much when it's them doing it.
But yeah, I'm gonna
doing
speak
it.
on
We're
that.
not doing it. Trigger Mike been saying it the whole time. He don't do nothing to them.
Exactly. That's
He doesn't do nothing to, so it's not a weak thing.
The issue, Hamp.
This is not a two-party fucking what's the name?
Hamp. The reason why you got to remember.
You got it, bro. Just real quick. Listen, Hamp. This is what we saying. Niggas get mad when it's like getting the flag call on the play, right? On the field. Nobody ever sees the first hit. They just see the hit back, right? So no one and everybody, we've been conditioned, programmed, brainwashed to absolutely, and it's so been going on for so long, Hamp, like just unabated, unchallenged, right? Of them downing, niggas broke, niggas dusty, niggas down low, niggas gay, niggas don't take care of their kids, all of this negative shit, okay? So once you finally get men that start saying, hey, this shit is a lie. Now, oh, you niggas is arguing, you niggas is competing, you niggas want to be black women. That's what's happening, Hamp.
Yeah, I'm not even saying that anybody's lying, right? That's why I made sure to qualify every time before I started talking, like this is what I've experienced overwhelming majority of the time, right? But I know that them white boys created the manosphere, right? Maybe they got it from Patrice, right? I don't know. But all I'm saying is I heard this nigga named Tom Likas, and they've been talking this shit. Maybe they did, right? I don't know. I just know that, when I was doing a little bit of due diligence, there's a whole lot of white boys doing a whole lot of complaining about men and lack thereof and the conduct of women. So what I'm almost thinking is we don't deal with white women overwhelmingly. So why would we be discussing them, generally speaking, about how they treat us? right? The few niggas we know, I know one nigga that got stabbed up, one nigga got shot in his living room, another nigga got shot because she was cleaning her gun, you know.
But
But
that
they
happens the other way
complaining about,
around though.
well, I'm just saying that they complaining about they over there complaining about the white girls. You know what I'm saying? I just don't know, to Robo's point, is there actual disparity, or is it that blanket thing that people try to say about Western ideologies? So when you get in contentious situations with black women, of course you do, because that's what we deal with. Just like proximity, right? You kill where you live, right? People still rob and all that where you live, right? And most people live around their own people. So who else would you have problems with?
Right.
The people you're most familiar with, you know? So is this a true disparity in is it a true disparity in conduct, or is it familiarity that's breeding contempt?
I think where it all links together is the feminist movement was a white movement, and then the black women joined on to it. So now that's why the same things that the white boys is complaining about, we got the same complaints, because I think when you go in history, we've already touched on this before, that we was married during slavery, right? So even during a time where you would say a man was broke, at his dustiest, no leadership, no power, no nothing, we was married. So something along the way with this feminist movement changed the mindset of our black women. And I think that's what we're trying to correct, because they still running with it.
Yes, it's the familiarity that is diminishing the intention in the way we communicate, and it is clouding the clarity with which we treat each other with respect and decorum. It's softening the foundation of all of that, the familiarity.
Yeah, I mean, because I mean, again, I've seen bad service, right? I'm not saying I've never seen bad service, right, from black women or things of that nature. But oftentimes, you know what it's tied to, and Mike can attest, right? Very, very, probably very adamantly, he can attest, right? The what's the word I want to use? The social is it the social demographic, or is it the income demographic?
Yeah.
Right. So where we live, little black girls and boys work at Popeyes and Chick-fil-A. You know what they say? Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. No, sir. No, ma'am. Yes, thank you. We can get you this. We can get you. They're being reared in a particular way, you know, and they look like us. Especially where I'm at. There's a lot of essays over here too. You know what I'm saying? But like everybody look like us, and everybody got manners, and they know how to shake a hand and all that, you know? Right? Because I guarantee when you go to these poor hick white towns, they acting like poor white hicks.
They sure is.
Slobbing on these, whatever the fuck they do. Slobbing or whatever they do.
Octua.
It's just so racist.
I definitely want to give credit to something HAMP said too. You know what I mean? The one thing that I definitely acknowledge, and I don't want to blur this point, and it hurts more, right? When it comes from your own woman. That's the reason why it's like, y'all not supposed to be doing this to me, man. And there's nothing. That's why I'm like, in real life, I'm sorry, Aaron, because you said that this happened to me in real life. I think I took that out of context. When I show up on site, it's very hard for that shit to happen to me. It's a lot different, right? I haven't been to one meetup yet. I'm gonna go to one. I promise. I ain't been to one meetup yet, but I've been to a Lapeef meetup. I've been to some of this stuff. None of the shit people say on the internet do they say this shit to me in real life. It's the same with the women. They're not gonna do that to me in real life. A man just showed up, not an internet personality. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of this stuff in the professional environment, it's almost as if people can change faces. They can be two-faced, right? Because there's a salary attached, there's opportunities for advancement attached. So they show up as a certain representative. But when it's the company Christmas party and I'm there with my wife and oh my God, oh, I love the way your children love. So it's like a lot of the time when it's boots on ground, when you face to face with me, a woman is gonna behave appropriately. They all feminine once we show up, right? We see all 32 of their fucking teeth when we show up. You know what I mean? So
Is there a difference in the way people treat you on panels and when you meet them in person?
What I've said that 100 times.
I don't
Somebody
experience.
first me out on a panel.
I don't experience that.
So I mean, but you know, it depending on the controversy and what you say to them, right? You're mild mannered and very articulate, and you know what? Be honest, Aaron, you don't want to ruffle any feathers either. Like you take a soft approach when you are I'm sorry, I don't mean soft like you put it enough. I just mean like you take that you sound like a Barry White ass nigga when you talk to these ladies, man.
You know what it is? I take a clean, respectable approach. I'm formal.
Yeah. That's what I mean. It's like
I'm not informal, right? So it forces you into a box or expose yourself.
But also remember this, Aaron.
That ain't true.
I don't even use the B word. Fantastic use it all the time. They will treat me and him the same because my opinion is opposite of theirs. All right.
Yeah, it ain't got nothing to do with that.
Being a misogynist. Hold on. Being a misogynist in 2025, this is all that means. Misogynist means a man who has an opinion of a woman other than the opinion she has of herself. That's all.
That's why I use the B word profusely.
Yeah, that's one thing I've seen, Aaron, is that Trigger Mike generally don't go too hard in terms of language and verbiage. He decently even, for all intents and purposes, how he delivering now, even under insult, you know. But he'll get the same insults as Mr. Fantastic. I could even speculate, maybe even a little bit worse, because they know Mr. Fantastic will go to hell with them if they want to go to the floor.
Yeah,
you know.
My question would be, does he reiterate that he understands and acknowledges both perspectives like you do before getting into how you present your perspective to them in the communication process? Do they feel like he heard them?
No, I don't feel. I wouldn't assume they think they feel like he heard them, because Mike is going to reiterate his point,
right?
Pretty much regardless of what you say.
Exactly. That's it. When that's fine, but just for clarity's sake, what you're telling me is, right, solicit it. Don't force them to have to correct me. Be correct. I just want to understand what you're saying. Reiterate.
I got it real quick, Mike, because I gotta go in like 5 minutes. But I want to get Beans in. Beans, I appreciate the $5. Big Chug been eating a lot more donuts lately, so that's gonna come in handy. You know what I'm saying? I want to make sure you get your 2 cents, because this is a good convo. I just gotta go to the damn gym. Go ahead, Mike. Let's save some time for Beans. We only got 6 minutes. Okay.
No, Aaron, all I'm gonna say is that all of that you were saying, where it's like, do I take the time to do it? I could do all of that. It won't matter once I say something contradictory to.
Oh, okay.
It won't matter what I said. If I don't agree with them, it's fuck everybody. That's the way they are.
I'll accept that, but that's why I ask: do they feel like, right? That doesn't indicate whether you did it or not.
Yeah. That's why I made sure to reiterate the feel.
You
thing.
did.
Go ahead, UT. Yeah.
But that what kind of pissed me. That's what kind of pissed me off though, because you on this panel just like we are every time. You see them doing this to us, and then you have that question. I don't get that.
It doesn't happen to me. It happens to people, and it's up to them.
I'm saying you see it, and then you have that. You would question us about that. You just asked Trigger Mike that question, and you see it happening in real time all the time on here, and you have that question to ask us.
What question?
What you just asked Trigger Mike. Do they feel like you understand, or you trying to understand what they said? You see what be going on.
No, I see what I see, but I don't see what Mike sees. I'm asking him what he sees. When he meets these people in person, I'm not there. So I don't see the difference. And there's panels that he's on and I'm not there. I see what I see, but I'm not going to impose that as a fact on him.
Oh, man. hey, hell, man. Hey, I'll holler at y'all, man. Y'all be good, man.
All right, be safe, man. Beans, what's poppin'?
Just glad to see UT still stressing out. No, I'm just playing. What up,
What's up, man?
Go ahead, Beans.
Happy
Got
Father's
the-
Day, gentlemen, all you guys, man.
Man, that video, I wanted to throw my computer against the wall. I ain't even gonna lie, man. I've never been so offended in my life, bro.
Tell me why.
Because she sat there. First of all, she hit him with the tears, right? I was like, where's Andrew Wilson when you need him? I don't know if you seen that video where Andrew Wilson was mocking old girl when she started trying to cry. He's like, oh, you gonna cry? Right? And guess what she did? Immediately stopped crying, right? Because it wasn't real, right? That's that whole scene right there was, let me start off by calling out the black men, then let me cry and get emotional. So you can't really say anything about it. You can't really correct me about it, right? You have to allow me to be in my feelings about it and then be sensitive towards it. And then, in my opinion, the whole time, all she was basically saying was, we want you to marry this black woman so that she can have access to your wealth when she decides to leave. That's all I heard. Because that's all she kept saying to him. When are you successful black men gonna marry us? She even said, I know you take care of your kids, but that's different than creating a home over here for this black woman that you with. We are watching y'all. When are you gonna take her and give her access to your wealth? That's all she was saying. Then she turned around and said, and if you don't do it, then they're gonna say, black women be acting like this. No, you just weak. Oh, so now you're saying let's be dismissive of any concern, any plight, anything that black men have to say about what they don't want to deal with. You can be 100% dismissive of that. But we have to be there for you. Not to mention the fact that she said, build these households for the black women. I am quoting her verbatim. She said, when are y'all going to do this for the black women? So you want us to marry the black women, provide them, protect, and do all this other stuff for them. It ain't about the kids. It ain't about us. It ain't about family. It ain't about, generational wealth. It ain't about none of this. It's just about black women. Bro, that was one of the most insulting, disrespectful things I ever watched in my life, bro.
A woman raised by 9 great black men who has a plane ticket to London.
Yeah.
On that, bro.
Yo, yeah, we broke it down, but that was a in-depth breakdown for sure. It just, I got caught up, not like caught up like I was emotional about it, but when I'm looking at the fact that she don't even deal with black men to that extent, it just, I don't know, it just whatever messaging kind of gets lost there for me. I think
she was sitting there with the titties all out. Right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like you can't even be the spokesperson for the message you pretending to deliver, even though I can read through and see the real message that you deliver. Exactly. Give her access to your wealth and stop playing. Like that's all that was, bro.
Yeah. You I think the one thing Beans, and I'll get you and I gotta get out of here, is I was saying when she initially opened up trying to make sense of it, even though Aaron and Miss Fantastic saying I'm doing all the work, I'm adding stuff to make sense of it, essentially, is like the one thing I think black men in our culture would benefit from as a culture. Our culture is to recenter the nuclear family. Because it seems we champion or we sell it. I don't even champion, but celebrate. How many hoes a nigga can get, this, that, and the third. You a joke if you don't got no money or no hoes. So I'm thinking if we kind of recalibrate and say, no. Let's champion or let's celebrate men who are married and committed and etc. Our culture, our people would be better off. So I kind of pulled that from initially what she opened up with. And like they said I was doing all the work to make her say that. I don't know, but that's like one of the opening statement I heard that. What's your thoughts?
Well, so I watched the clip and not the whole episode.
Okay.
So she may have said something prior to. from where I started off at was right when she first started saying, look, I'm pleading to black men. That's why I started at, right? And
It might be at
again,
the same spot.
and
Go ahead.
yeah, and my thing is this, Hamp, what I'm saying is this. Sometimes people can say things in a way to get you to focus on something when their intention is something else. That's why I will say never, if you get into it with an old man, don't never let him walk up on you because he gonna swing. Right? They do that little, well, son, well, let me just talk to you for a second, then bow you hit in the mouth, right? So this is like that's what she was doing. It was like, listen, family, nuclear family, kids, wife, and you ain't nothing, and give us your money and fuck them kids, and it's all about us. And it's like, I'm sitting here and I'm saying to myself, it's 2025. I thought we was past this. I thought we was at the point where the women just accept the fact that, hey, y'all get into the bag and y'all gonna live in y'all privilege and do your thing, and then just allow the men to just be men. Just don't complain about men being men, because at the end of the day, we can't do the family thing no matter how much we want to champion it, right? The fact of the matter is we can't get that done in the state and current events. In this quarter, I just checked the other day, I was on another panel talking about it. Black men, $52,800 and some dollars. Black women, $51,400 and some dollars. Right? So, and you would think that would be like, oh man, together we make 100. Let's get no. That is, oh, we make just as much money as y'all. Y'all ain't doing nothing and blase skipping and woo wop the band. Right? So I can't, like I said, I'm listening to the intent behind what people are saying. Once she got to what it was all really about, which was marry that girl. That's why she kept saying, we need y'all successful black men to marry and get married and build these households and have these families. She said, because if y'all don't do it, ain't nobody gonna do it. Now, let's just be honest. What she and others like her, particularly black conservatives, would think is successful is somebody that's way into the six figures. She probably not even talking about 100 grand a year. So she already disqualifying more than 90% of men in her rhetoric just by saying the successful black men. She ain't even concerned with the majority. She just want the wealthy black man to wife a black woman so they can have access to those resources because they live vicariously through them, particularly on social media. It's really disgusting to see.
I means that point right there. Now, generally, like, you know, when I try to conduct interviews, I think Cam does a pretty good job overall, right? I think the tears disarmed them, and then in your head as an interview, you're like, I gotta let her talk now, right? I think that though his interjection should have been a clarification on what successful black men means, because I would love to have heard her qualify that.
Absolutely.
So now we can see who she's talking about. Because the only thing we can deduce now is that she was talking about people who are earning like Cam because he was the example. Absolutely. And so in that point, it's like you ain't talking about nobody for real, right?
Absolutely.
Literally 2% of people, you know.
And then even after to your point, I will say this: I liked his facial expressions. His facial expressions was giving away what he was really thinking, right? So even though he was being very stoic and shutting his mouth, but afterwards, he was like, you know what? I read the white flag on that because I've been wrong. He's like, but we gotta also have a discussion about holding black women accountable. And to that point, he went on some filibuster right after she said, okay, let's do it. Instead of jumping right into it, like, okay, then let's do it. Let's see if she's actually willing to have the whole black women accountable conversation. Because I know she wouldn't have, right? But I'm gonna go back and watch it and see if whatever might, because that was like only 30, 40 minutes into the stream.
So Miss Fantastic was saying, because I kind of watched like right to that point too, but I think that is the context of what she was saying regarding how men should conduct themselves, right? And then they went into a level of which she, I think, reiterated the fact that she has an affinity for white men. But I got to go back and watch it too, just to, you know, be fair.
Oh my God.
Miss Fantastic, did you say did you keep watching? Did she mention that in the interview?
What?
The affinity for white men.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's terrible.
Yeah, she was kind of saying like they don't do this, they don't do that. White men, the guys in the country music space, go home at 5 p.m. to take care of their families, all that stuff. So, you know, it was a lot of that too. But This interesting. Let me read these super chats real quick. Kelvin with the $2 says 106,000 laid off for the same reasons. Ellipsis, big headed. Step, what's up, Step? Hope all is well, man. With the $2 says get the likes up. 430 watching, 257 likes. Yeah, hit the like button, please. It helps the channel the most. Callie Bev with the $10 says women don't brag about money till men say women are broke. Women don't talk about their education till men say it is not needed. Y'all haven't given any examples of black women weaponizing education against you in real life. I think Trigger Mike did. Naked with the $10 says women are the most white men are the most henpecked men on the planet, and they have a whole YouTube space where they complain about the matrix they created. Why do we care about them? Unk be streaming with the $5. What's popping? Says men stop harassing these sisters. No means no. They got all the answers and none of the outcomes. We looking weird. They don't care what we think. Unk be streaming with the $2 says real question. Why we care? Why we care what they do or think? Unk with the $2 says, gym membership is $29 and under if you got free time. Unk be streaming with the $2 says let all hard-headed women reap what they sow! Exclamation point. As A with the $5 says Sojourner Truth in the 18. Oh, I read this one right. Okay. DC Slim with the $5 says black men join the white manosphere. Unk
Not
with the
true. Never happened.
Unk be streaming with the $2 says don't negotiate with terrorists, emotions, terrorists. Marcus with the $5 says what up, brothers on the panel? What's popping, Marcus? Thank y'all for this topic. We all know K Michelle was trying to shit on black men, but other than that, have a good day. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Damn, man. I wish you could have joined like at least 20 minutes ago. We've been up here for 4 hours and 30 minutes. I think this conversation could be to be continued in a way because there's so many nuances and dynamics. Salute to Miss Fantastic, Big Aaron, of course. Robo, you did your thing. I'm glad you're out of the car. Trigger, good shit. You know what I'm saying? The kids is home, so you ain't had to rush off, right? You know what I mean?
Right. You beat that. You beat that.
Yeah, I already know. And then I know Beams just got finished working. Well, maybe about 45 minutes ago. Perfect. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate y'all, brothers. I hope y'all had a great weekend, man. Even you just sitting, just chilling. You know what I'm saying? That'd be the vibe a lot of times. You know what I mean? I'm about to hit this gym, trying to get off these 30 pounds. Hopefully, y'all can do it too. This shit ain't easy though, boy. They make these muffins that come 4 in a pack. That ain't no fucking joke, bro. Something about them. So I need to get my $5 ass over there, man. Yeah, maybe we'll do a part 2. We'll add a couple of ladies to the dynamic so they can also speak for themselves. That way the level of speculation will dissipate, hopefully. And let's hope that everybody's being genuine. You know what I'm saying? So we shall see. I'm gonna go watch the whole thing, Beans.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably tap into it while I work on my shorts because ain't nobody else live right now. Also, can you when you end the stream, I want to ask you something.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right, I got you. We'll do it tomorrow. Yeah. So I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Get your tickets to DC. DC is it. It's gonna be fire. Jump in the Discord to continue the conversation as well. Y'all be safe and do the right thing, man. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. And we out.